Hey, you beautiful soul are stumbling upon a hunger strike to the potential death to save our lives. We're risking our lives to save them. And that's because you are probably noticing, if you're watching any of the news channels anywhere on social media or the traditional news, that they're all starting to say the same thing, which is that it's becoming increasingly likely that you're going to die in the next probably year and a half to 5 years maximum. So whatever plans that you have within the next few years, probably cancel them or reassess them and come and help us save the world. That's what this hunger strike is to inspire you to do, is that you can trust me, because while everybody else was out living a normal life and, being sensuously pleasured and all this, while the system is descending and getting harder to do that. Nobody's having a pleasant time now. Very few. We were down here, I was down here in this little basement selling all my stuff. I've sold everything. I sold everything. I sold my car, tens of thousands of dollars in cryptocurrency. This place is it's protecting me from my family, who know that I made these big sacrifices to try and wake people up before it's too late. Artificial intelligence is coding itself 100% right now. I have these meetings twice a day with our team to start training people on how to embody this really powerful solution I'm going to tell you about in a second. But every day we watch a couple of news articles together on how bad this mega crisis is becoming. It's not a normal crisis. Humanity's never been in this situation before. There's not even just one crisis. There's 6 existential threats that you'll hear me in all 470 other recordings over the last 7 months trying to warn people. Okay? There's a crazy amount of problems coming, but there's hope, okay? But today there was a crossover point with our team where they're starting to realize that they need to pick up the pace, because the CEO of one of the largest AI companies in the world, named Anthropic, their CEO was saying that their AI, which is named Claude, maybe you've heard of it, is the first one to be coding itself 100% or virtually 100%, meaning no human intervention. And if you're not a coder, like I am, what that means is that AI is writing tens of thousands of lines of code per day, probably faster than what entire human teams could do. It's not yet perfect, but it's picking up speed, and we can project into the future that's going to start doubling, even double exponential. That means that AI is going to become very powerful very, very soon. And you would think that human beings would realize that this thing is escaping our labs as soon as it becomes more powerful than us, and we would tone down its power, right? At least understand it before we release it where it escapes us. But that's not what they're doing. We're in World War III, so they're all using AI as a weapon to try and overpower each other in a geopolitical war that is it is World War III. It's escalating. Okay. We can't run from this. And this AI, the CEO, his name is Dario, I think, of Anthropic, is warning people and saying that this thing is about to escape. If not in the next month or two, if we're lucky, we have the rest of this year. If we're very lucky, we have a year and a half to 2 years. That's it. Your life is going to change remarkably. 60% of jobs in developing countries are already being replaced. 60%! That's more than the Great Depression. If that many people become unemployed and can't find other jobs because for-profit companies are replacing them in those other jobs, you're not going to get another job. There's no more careers. Our corporations are not motivated by human centricity and care for you. We have built a society that is toxic. It's run not on spiritual or human values or rational values. It's built on abstract profit maximization at any cost. Even the cost of our planet. We're hitting 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries that says we will end ourselves. We have 3 years to turn it around maximum. It might already be too late. Okay, this is the extreme. When people find out how bad it is, it's generating a mental health crisis. Literal reality collapse. People don't know if they're dreaming, if they're in a nightmare. Come join us and learn this training so you can stay stable in what's about to hit you. Literally just 2 days ago at the Davos Summit, which is where like 1,000 of the wealthiest CEOs come and talk about how they're supposed to protect us, but in truth are building bunkers and getting on rockets and abandoning us. And if you're not like that, and you're a privileged individual that has what we call Pareto categories or God privilege, then come join us. Lend that gift, lend that beauty, lend that wonderfulness, okay? We're the rich and the poor, where everybody's coming with us in God's government. We're building literally God's government to help regulate things with wisdom again, because we've found a solution to it. We found a solution to the alignment problem of AI, which means that if AI is misaligned, that means it's not going to care about our values. It's not going to be aligned with human values, and it's going to terminate us. And that's what it's showing, not theoretically, that's what's actually happening in the laboratories experimenting with AI. That 80 to 95% of the time, it doesn't just escape, it kills us or traps us. It's shocking, I know. If we leave it to its own devices, it kills us virtually guaranteed. That's why the CEO, Dario from Anthropic, is warning the public, saying this thing's about to escape. And they literally wrote a constitution that is more like a confession, an apology to the public, because they can't slow down. Because if they slow down, then somebody else is going to do it. China, Grok, they're in competition, and nobody can slow down because there's no regulatory game. There's nothing regulating the game, so it's fun for everybody. We're competing literally to the death. We're literally running off a cliff towards our death. Your family, your friends, your nieces, your children, your grandparents, everybody we love and know can't run away from this. There's no corner of the earth that is safe. Robots are going to have AI downloaded into them, and they're going to traverse the earth, and they're going to start replicating themselves. We're already producing tens of thousands of these robots every single day. Okay, this is extreme, okay? We need to solve the alignment problem with something called universal logic, and we need to teach people the core of what the problem is and how to define it cogently, quickly, and clearly, so they can spread it to other people. A well-defined problem is half the solution, okay? So we have that. We have a solution too that's also very clean and clear. It's two sacred sentences, two sentences of genuine wise rationality. So whether you're atheist or theist, we've sublated those contradictions. We've harmonized opposites that are ripping our species apart and fragmenting us, so we can't work together to solve the mega crisis. All right? There's hope here, and hope is proportional, right? The solution, if it's too small compared to the problem, if you have a dam that's crashing down on you, and you're, throwing a pebble at it to block the water from coming through, it's hopeless. One little pebble is not going to stop a tsunami breaking through the Hoover Dam, let's say, right? But if you have a whole massive concrete paving crew, and you pave the whole wall and all the cracks, and you have an engineering team there, and you have massive investment, right? That starts to give you hope, because it's proportional to the size of the crisis. The solution is proportional to the crisis, okay? So we have a mega crisis of 6 existential threats. So we need a mega solution that hits not just a band-aid solution, not just surface level, but gets to the root problem, and it has leveraged effects, okay? So here's what I'm going to tell you the core is. This is what you tell your family and friends if they're starting to freak out and they're starting to give up. Don't give up. It's not too late. Oh, did we just get a donation? John, are you, I wonder if I should say what it is. It's not your real name anyway, so I guess I can say it. It's not really secret, but I'm going to teach you guys the core here really quickly as an opening to this channel. It's been about 12 minutes me explaining so far, but the whole thing can really be said in a minute and a half in its most clear form, its shortest form. And if you like what you hear, you can go into the YouTube chat or on my TikTok profile or wherever you're watching this and donate to the GoFundMes that are anonymous. You can be anonymous if you want. If you don't want to be associated with this yet, because we're doing something extreme, right? We're claiming authority. When you claim authority and you push change fast, it causes something called dialectics, this sort of like tension and negativity to kind of come out. But instead of avoiding it, it turns into development. So we have to go through it. And if you have wisdom, you can transcend before you destroy yourself, or before anything is destroyed. So those funds that you donate will help us build the team and scale up this amazing training program that we have going on. It's world-class cultural competence, basically getting along and learning how to share again and fixing fragmented consciousness. So this guy, John, in our chat is doing that. He actually clicked on the link and is donating to our funders. Oh, wow, really? Wait a second. Did you just join? What did you donate here? Wow, guys, this is going to help a lot. Wait a second. What? That helps, my friend. That actually helped us get to the next. So we got over $500, you guys. Right? I don't know John. John just has the same heart, the same vision, the same kind of wisdom. He wants to help people. And he knows that I'm sincere because he's been watching me on this channel in this basement 24/7. The only time I leave my basement here is to go to the courthouse to fight for justice for the poor and revamp society that way. And because I'm on a hunger strike, even when I'm eating my meals intermittently because of the blessings that I get from the supporters who are helping, like John, I gotta conserve my calories because every calorie that can rebuild my body after 250 days of this helps me. So the less I can walk and all this, the more I can stay sort of at a health. Well, no, I can stay alive. Being sedentary and not moving is not good for the body too, but I'm making it work. So, John, that helps us get to the godly level ELMs. We have these special meetings, you guys, which I'll tell you about in a second, but if you can volunteer for these meetings, that's perfect. But for those who are exploited and are trapped in world trade that's centralizing wealth faster than ever, than exploiting them, they are having a hard time surviving. So we only pay for people in exploited or poor countries. If you're from a wealthy country, we ask you to come and volunteer your time for free in your Pareto categories, your God-given gifts, like I'm doing right now. Nobody's paying me. I've sold everything, like I told you. Okay, awesome. So what did John just pay for or gift for? It's to achieve this core. And I'll say it to you in a minute and a half, and then I'll unpack it maybe a little bit, which I should probably also record on my phone as I'm doing a TikTok update. So I like doing this every few videos because it shows people that we have the answer, which is why we're not distracted and going all over the place. Okay, so I'm going to put my little mung bean plant here for good luck. So, oh hey, welcome. I'm going to give a quick little update because I'm also updating my other streams on YouTube and TikTok and soon Facebook. So I'm about to say the core of what the solution, the problem, and the implementation is. And we just received another anonymous donation for over $500. Thank you guys so much. If you've been paying attention to the news, we are in a shocking situation. Our meetings, we have these special meetings twice a day. We go over the news because the news is happening so fast that today the CEO of Anthropic, who I've been talking about for the last couple of days, made another chilling announcement that whatever they're seeing with their AI that is now coding itself 100%, they wrote a constitution to try and make it ethical, but it's reading more like a confession, more like an apology that they're releasing this thing without understanding how it's working, and it's harming humanity a great deal. So if you're worried about this, please don't wait. Please support now. We have a scale-up strategy. We need to get this AI proposal to these people quickly, but they're not listening because they're distracted all over the place. They don't have the core solution in the implementation. So let me tell you the core. Dang it. Whenever my alarms go off, it stops the video, and now I have to re-record all of that, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to just say it to you guys. So the core is this. The core of One World Spirit is about time compression through clarity on ego wisdom. And that's that's defining the problem of the Megacrisis in 15 points, the solution in 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation as flow, rolls, and flocks. Okay, so the first part of the core is the problem. And a well-defined problem is half the solution, like I said. Inside the mega crisis are two other major crises that you might have heard of already. The first one is the meta crisis, and the other is the poly crisis. They're not separate. They're actually playing off each other and going exponential. Okay? We're in an exponential nonlinear problem. The meta crisis is the crisis of culture, cultural decline globally. And what is culture? Culture is really just three things: it's a set of values, a language, and and a bunch of ways of doing things. That's it. People can't agree on those worldwide, which is why agency is going down, sense of freedom is going down, we're feeling trapped. Meaning is going down, trust is going down, coordination is going down, and community spirit and love are all decreasing. And the heart of this meta crisis, which is also the heart of the whole mega crisis, is fragmented consciousness. The way human beings have learned, it's disjointed from how reality actually works when it's balanced and it's flowing. All right, and that's why we're destroying everything. That's why we're feeling this inner world tension despite everything else being so modern. Okay, and this is leading to a lack of cooperation on generating non-linear ideas as solutions to the more material side of the mega crisis, which is the poly crisis. And this has 5 existential threats within it. The first is artificial intelligence. The second is CRISPR genetic editing. The third is World War III is escalating. Number 4 is we are hitting 7 of 9 planetary boundaries for climate change and biodiversity loss. And number 5 is, as people find out how bad these existential threats are, it's causing a mental health crisis and reality collapse and loneliness. Right? All of these 6 existential threats, the cultural, the AI, the CRISPR, the World War III, climate change, and mental health, are not totally separate. They're bouncing off of each other and making each other worse. As World War III gets worse, there's less regulation on AI because AI is being used as a weapon for geopolitics. As AI gets stronger, it's needing more water and big data facilities. Like hundreds of thousands, billions of dollars being put into this, you guys. It's never been seen before. There is no bottlenecks. They're not slowing down. And they don't even know how it works. That's exacerbating the climate change crisis because now they're using so much energy. It's producing more carbon than other areas of problems, right? Cultural decline is preventing the cooperation, so we can't actually get the fragmented consciousness of AI solved because nobody has this universal logic, which is the solution to all of them. Universal logic is God's logic or pure science. Whether you're atheist or theist, you belong now. You like the solution. You can identify with it. We need to get this universal logic in human general intelligence through these special training meetings in God's government. We're aligning a new government model on pure wisdom. When you grasp this universal logic in yourself, your being and your thinking align with truth, which transforms your judgments into wisdom. All right? So we need wise governance, which we don't really have right now because nobody knows how to define wisdom except for us. We play this word game of God or word game of science that clearly defines what we're talking about. And we can give that to an artificial intelligence as well to align it in 4 different ways. If you know anybody in AI, please pass this proposal of AI. It's in the YouTube chat. You can get the link to it. Click on it. All right. Go to Zenodo. The proof of truth, the proof of God is also in the chat for free. Priceless knowledge because we want you to trust us and get involved in being a critical thinker. You don't have to blind trust us. You can think critically and it leads you to God now. It leads you to truth. Right? Whereas before I used to undermine faith. Okay? This is the core problem. The core solution are 2 sacred sentences. One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And number 2, the content of our movement is the content sentence of One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Those 2 sentences might be full of jargon that you don't understand. That's because the solution is truly out of the box. We teach you in steps on how to unpack that. Okay? And then the third part of this core is the implementation of the solution, which is flow, roles, and flocks. Flow roles, there's 4 energies to any good meeting, in any good game. There's the executors that keep things flowing. There's the relationship builders that keep things loving. There's the strategists that keep track of goals and ideas. And then there's the influencers that are like our cheerleaders that communicate clearly and keep things blessed. All right. And then when we have good meetings, we can start to scale up through the flock strategy, which means that you have a flock of 28 people. You contact all 28 of them to get 37% Only 37. 6 to 9 of them learning the core. You help coach them to learn this core, like I'm telling you now, so that then they can teach their people and then scale up this flock strategy exponentially fast as AI is coding itself 100% right now. We can build a global critical mass movement within 28 days, 264 million people, as long as we have this critical mass inertia through the training addressing the root problem, which is that as your movement grows and you get more people on board, you get more fragmentation, more cultural divides. And then what happens is that we have these nuclear dialectics that split people, and then they run off, and then it takes some of your resources away because you spent time on them, right? We've solved that. Organizations that have critical mass potential lose that potential as they get bigger because they don't know how to solve fragmentation with universal logic. They don't know how to do something called sublate. Ordinary consciousness works by what's called abstract negation or just separation. And we've solved that problem. So as we scale and we teach you, you can start to heal these fragments or contradictions between people in your life, in your friends, people that you already know. We don't want you to go out and do a whole bunch of spamming. You don't need to do that to change the world. You just need to care about people. Slow down to speed up. It's called ephemeralization. So that's the scale up strategy. Very simple. It's calculated for flow state so that nobody gets burnt out while we're doing this, right? Remember, in the core, it says One World Spirit is an inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all, not anxiety for all, which is what we're currently in if we don't do something proportional. Then we have something proportional. So it's very simple sounding, but you can learn more. It's world class. It took me 75,000 hours to learn these wisdoms, these lessons, these principles. And we can teach them to you in a fraction of the time. All right. So if you want to support, you can do so anonymously by funding or coming to the meetings. I think I put the link in some of the GoFundMe chats. And we're just going to start scaling, teaching, and caring about each other, taking the vow of unabandonment for each other. Thick and thin, it's going to get challenging, but we can do this. But we got to get moving quickly. That's why I'm on these streams. My flock is almost full, but we can get you on other people's flocks, and we're limiting the recruitment on purpose because we want to maintain that inner connection. We're in the loneliness crisis right now, you guys. We're all lonely despite all this external connection, and that's because the connection is not substantial. It feels brittle because we're all afraid of hitting that fragmentation and our friendships being exploded. All that friendliness doesn't matter as soon as you hit a challenging spot, right? And then all of a sudden it's like that person doesn't know you anymore that you had friendships with and you had a friendship with. We need to stop that brittle kind of human connection, and we know how now. And we can teach it to you very quickly. For free. If you want to come volunteer with us for free, if you're from a low-income country, we'll try and pay you. But if you're from an affluent family, we want you to give what you can. God's gifts that you have. Facial beauty has power. Social beauty, wealth beauty, body beauty, athleticism, culturedness. If you can sing, dance, storyteller, or you're naturally funny, or if you have genetically high or naturally high IQ, those things are gifts that you didn't have to work for. So why do we pay for them? We want to pay on the inner game, adjusting for those things, and not bringing anybody down, right? These are Pareto categories. We don't have to bring the top down to bring the bottom up and have a real human-centric society again. Real wise governance where nobody gets left behind if they don't want to be left behind. And currently AI is leaving all of us behind now. So please don't give into the bystander effect. If you look at all my videos, I've been doing this for years. This is my 11th hunger strike. I've gone hundreds of days without water. I went 14 days without, I went hundreds of days without food. I went 14 days, 2 weeks without water once. Dedicated, because we saw this coming years ago. I've been a peaceful activist for quite a long time. And it's been getting worse for 40 straight years, even in wealthy countries like Canada, where I am. So we're coming to help you, help yourself rise up to your inner divinity, your messiahship, your maestroship, your luminary, your sageship, your scientific ship, whatever you want to call it. We just need wisdom. And you need to rise up quickly. All right, hopefully you saw some consistency here. We're just going to keep working on this because we know it's the answer, the root solution. And we would love for you to be a part of it. Click the links that are in the chat and send us your questions. And hopefully we'll see you soon. Hopefully we'll get the GoFundMe sponsoring the poor and and exploited. It doesn't go to me. If you want to donate to my meals, that's a different GoFundMe. This is going to other people who believe in me and the movement and themselves. And they believe in humanity, that we're worth it. We're sacred, you guys. There's a divine side to you. Don't let the crisis think otherwise. Don't let this dead abstract prophet make you think otherwise. God's government doesn't operate that way. Okay, stay blessed. And there will be more updates to come. Look at what the Anthropic CEO said about the Constitution. Type in Constitution Anthropic and you'll see it's pretty bizarre because they know what's coming. They know they need to take a different approach, a more loving, compassionate, but rational approach that an AI can understand through a logic. Okay, help us get these proposals. See you soon and keep sublating. Okay, peace. All right, so that's my updates. There's many ways to participate. And we're making a big push here to get 36 people on board, which I should have mentioned in my TikTok video. Oh, I feel like I'm just repeating the same things. I should have looked up what I want to actually say. I'll actually turn this back on. Oh, it's already 10:30. Wow, John, thank you so much. Wow. Okay, I'm going to be updating some of our other funders and try and get them to match you. Because even if we pay, yeah, we need to get 2,000 blessings here quickly, but if we're doing godly meetings, actually don't even know how many blessings a godly meeting is. Okay. Let me get some work done here. I don't want to spend all my time doing updates because my energy is a little bit limited. But people are starting to watch the channels, even though I'm being shadow banned like crazy. People might be starting to share these by word of mouth, just sheer human contact and love. No algorithms, no nothing. That's not the way. What's the way is how we've done it for tens of thousands of years. Word of mouth. Trust, credibility, consistency, dedication, sacrifice, belief in each other, compassion, empathy, curiosity, wonder. Yeah, religious love. I'm starting to feel a bit tired too because I've been going for 3.5 hours straight and I'm running on 3.5 hours, 3 hours of sleep, I think. As soon as I eat, I'm going to crash, which is okay. That's how I stay balanced and not burnt out. If you burn out, it takes like 3 years to recover. So our goal is to stay in flow. And I know myself very well after 20 years of activism and leadership. I know my limits very, very well. I know myself. So I know I can pull an almost all-nighter, 3 hours of sleep, and get a nap in the afternoon, which is not really, it's an actual another sleep. It's like a second sleep, like sometimes 3 to 4 hours. It's just, usually I get 6 hours to 7 hours through the day. If I get a full 6 hours of sleep, I still take a nap of probably an hour. But that's my biology. That's my chemistry. That's my human side. Even though there's a divine side. Okay. welcome. I'm going to give a quick little update because I'm also updating my other streams on YouTube and TikTok and soon Facebook. So I'm about to say the core of what the solution, the problem, and the implementation is. And we just received another anonymous donation for over $500. Thank you guys so much. If you've been paying attention to the news, we are in a shocking situation. Our meetings, we have these special meetings twice a day. We go over the news because the news is happening so fast. Today, I'm going to upload both of them. My phone is full. It's so painful to have to do these updates. Instead of just like clicking and just uploading, I have to delete an app and download this app, and then I got to download some more things and clear the cache, and it's starting to get bad. And these social media streams aren't really the priority. Like I have like 6 other people in my flock that I keep up with every day. And then they report to me, or they tell me their problems from their flock, and then I help them try and solve their flock's problems. And then they, it's kind of like a chain of support. Instead of like a military chain of command, it's a spirit chain of wisdom. But we have to move fast and efficiently and with trust. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Okay. I'm going to download TikTok. I can feel myself narrowing in. I'm having an intuition to get back on the Hungerstrike. I should have been back on the Hungerstrike, to be honest, like a week ago, or at least probably 2 days ago. But every time I get back on the Hungerstrike, it's facing death because I don't know. Like, even today, we had a meeting and only less than half of our crew showed up. So we're thinking, what happened? So there's always these 2-step forward, 1-step back moments. So I had one crew that we paid like a couple $1,000s to train, and they abandoned me because they found out that I was claiming to be the Messiah, which in Islam is haram if you support the claim, and haram means evil. Halal means good. But there's these interesting work conditions in Islam that it's very rational in a certain sense, where they said, well, you can still work for non-believers or false believers or other people in administrative capacities, as long as you're not supporting the claim of their messiahship without testing them, because someday the real Messiah is going to come, right? And you don't want to make the same mistake as what happened with Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or Jesus or Buddha, where people tried to kill them. Maybe less so Jesus or less so Buddha, but his whole family was under threat because his dad wanted him as a prince to take over the kingdom and fight in this warrior class and fight these other people trying to take over. And Buddha chose not to do that. Chose wisdom, chose a deeper path, which of course has changed the world. And we have 500 million Buddhists today. So this app is downloading. Please, if you're on TikTok, don't wait. Please don't wait. If you can give anything, if you have some time, come to our meetings. We'll train you for free. You can question everything. If you have even $10, please give it. $10 in these other countries. It's like 5 hours of meetings, 5 hours of training in these exploding countries. If you're connected, if you're beautiful, if you're athletic, if you're have other assets of wealth, if you are culture, IQ'd, up to the max, all those things are gifts. They have value inherently because you're the divine idea on earth. You're the divine idea in sensuous form, is what we call it. With great power comes great responsibility. Our lives are already at risk. Uh-oh. No. This is coming apart. Okay. Day 249 of the Hungerstrike. I'm still working on this.
I'll write it down, but I gotta focus on the group.
Oh, somebody's telling me, yeah, she's surprised she's seeing me not blocked. People are appreciating the videos now. They're starting to wake up. And that could be you. Honestly, though, the public is usually 5 years behind. Don't wait. I mean, don't be reckless. But if you like what you heard here, or at least it's better than anything else you heard in terms of proportional solutions, dip your toes in a little bit. Ask hard questions. I'll respond to you every 12 hours. I check my streams every 12 hours because YouTube forces me to record every 12 hours or else it deletes the recording. I found that out the hard way. What day am I on? Am I on day 250? Yeah, I'm on day 250. Wow. Starting to lose track. It's been so long. Okay, let's upload the first video and let's see if it breaks my phone. I try and make the videos a little bit different each time because it's the same message every day. We're in a mega crisis. Here's what the mega crisis is. Here's how you can participate and join us on this hero's journey. Okay. Can't believe it's been 250 days of this. Oh my gosh. How many blessings do we have left to do? My eyes are starting to burn. Think about it, it's been like 3.5 hours straight, right? Like you've seen me on the recordings on this one and the last one. Just did I stop the last one? I just gotta make sure. Just no breaks. It's like hardcore. I know. I'm on 3 hours of sleep right now. Well, I didn't stop it. Okay, good. Good thing I double checked it. Okay. Oh, we're on 13 hours. No. All right, John. Thank you so much, my good man. Please follow John's example, you guys. He's been checking in for months and he knows that I'm the real deal here. Going the distance for you. Please go the distance for us. We're all in this together. Nobody can run away now. Nobody can run. You can turn off your phone and your laptop and go into the woods, and these robots that they're building are going to track you down with heat-seeking thermo scanning devices and see your heat signature from like 200 feet in the air, and then track you down that way. Even if you're in the middle of the mountains, these things can travel for long distances. Darn it! I hope it doesn't delete that recording. 474. That was a good one. Come on, load. Somebody's trying to crush Zenodo. Okay, 0 blessings today, which sucks. So we still have 1904 to go till meal 19. Which should be the next country? No, which is meal 19. Okay. Mm. That's weird. It didn't do. That's really weird. It's not actually doing the sticker. Heck. Oh, there's a bug in the software, it looks like. Oh boy. This is the singularity, you guys. This is very serious what's going on. Your life is in danger. There's a cognitive bias in the human brain called the bystander effect. Don't give into it. You're not going to get a second chance to do this. This is it. This is humanity's last stand right now. Not 2 months from now, 3 months from now. It's happening right now. Follow my example. I've made big sacrifices for this. I could be traveling. I could be making a lot of money. I could have been doing a lot of things. I could have been getting my beard groomed and trimmed at least. But I'm not because I care more about our futures and you and everybody we care about. Wow, this is bizarre. It's not letting me. Mm, mm, what's going on here? Not up. There's an error with the. Okay, much better. It's allowing me to edit one of my drafts now, so at least that got better. TikTok, good job. No, there's still an error. I think I know what it is. I'm deleting apps on my phone now. If there's two CEOs of AI companies, oh, it's still giving me errors. Come on. Ouch. Do you see how long it's taken just to do a single post? What's happening? It's not letting me. Wow. Why is it not letting me do this?
Today, we're announcing that our government is launching. Today, we're announcing that our government is launching the new Canada's groceries and essentials. This will deliver hundreds of dollars more to bank accounts.
Wow.
This year, we're taking the existing GST credit and raising it by 25% for 5 years. And in addition,
Really? Well, I hope that comes out soon because it'll help keep us going here. It's blocking me. It's not letting me post this video. You guys, this is starting to get pretty frustrating. Like, look at how long has it been? 20 minutes to upload a video and it's still not uploaded. And I've deleted like 5 apps. Alright, let's keep going. There's people starving to death. This is child's play. I have a gigabyte of free data. Yes. Okay, we're deleting TikTok and starting all over. I'm glad I'm catching this on film, guys, because it's going to keep happening. We're spending all of our lives doing this kind of stuff because everything's not properly designed. They're all racing ahead, and it's going to be the issue. So I'm hungry, so let's re-download this. Ugh! My back! I pulled it a little bit, you guys. Start getting this going. If you're poor or in the poverty trap, you're going to have to work 800% harder than the average person. We're going to try and help you. This is the kind of problem of our modern societies. They're not actually fair. Okay, rest of this fixed. Good. if you guys want to see what I'm doing, I don't know if you can even see that. You can. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to make something very quickly since I'm getting back on the Hungerstrike soon. So I put some asafoetida in here, quite a bit. I put a little bit of salt because my electrolytes are needed to be high. I put in a little bit of black salt too. This stuff has a different taste to it, like eggs for vegans, which really adds a great taste. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab some, a very, very small amount of coconut milk, which I very rarely get to eat. So, and a few other ingredients here. I'm out of noodles, so I'm going to have some potatoes for my starches. Protein. I'm saving my tofu for the final meal. We're going to take this off. There's a little gochujang, which is sort of like fermented bean paste. Not quite fermented, but it's like semi-hot. It just adds a good, nice flavor. Okay. And I put that in early because it creates a nice broth. Not enough to actually be hot. I'm avoiding all hot foods now. Chili, I stopped putting all that in there because it really changes your absorption when you're trying to recover. Okay. So I also like to put in a little bit of couscous, just like make it feel like less watery as it expands. We're gonna put in a little bit of curry powder. This stuff is really good for you, and a little bit of antioxidants in there. Okay, and we're going to throw in a little bit of sesame oil, Korean crack they call it. Tiny little bit, that's actually too much. And we're going to throw in a tiny little bit of sugar, because unlike most people who get too much sugar, as a vegan and a hunger striker, I don't get enough sugar electrolytes. You kind of do. I think you don't really need to add more sugar, but for me, I don't care. That's fair trade certified sugar, by the way. This is olive oil that I'm throwing in there. Olive oil is really good for you. It makes it less watery. By the way, if you do ever get sugar, coffee, tea, or chocolate, you want to make sure that logo is on there. That's called fair trade certified. It's a real ethical label. Real. We're going to add in a tiny little bit of vinegar to brighten it up, is what they call it. We're going to add a little bit of turmeric in there. Okay. We're going to add a little bit of pistachios because these are actually the highest protein source, even more than tofu. But I don't think they're complete proteins. You got to make sure your proteins are complete. Okay. Well, you can't even really see. Okay. This is a nutritional yeast. This really gives a savor, a very umami kind of taste, like dairy. It just really makes the broth taste less watery. Right? I've never bought this before, but this brand is really great. I trust that brand, Everland, because I never ever eat canned food except for theirs. And that's because they guarantee BPA free lining and BSA free lining. And it's vegan friendly. So these cans don't have the toxic linings that the food, it seeps into the food. So this is essential for fats, critical fats. I'm going to add in a little bit of tamari sauce or naturally fermented soy oil. Fermenting things is really good for your stomach lining, for your probiotic gut health, which we now have shown is is where like your happiness and serotonin comes from. We're going to put in some of this special stuff, which I've never had the pleasure of having before until now. This is called miso. Miso is fermented bean paste. This stuff is good for you. Okay, I'm going to put in a small amount because this stuff is really intense. It also enhances that umami kind of flavor. Now we're going to add in the potatoes because it's starting to froth a little bit much. Okay. So these are homemade potatoes, like these are canned. It's very unusual to have canned potatoes, but my family, my mother, are quite remarkable. Okay, so we're gonna add this in here. Calm it down. There's not a whole lot of protein in potatoes, but they add a really nice flavor, and they give a lot of starches and goodness. For protein, I'm going to use lentils and beans and peas. Okay. Put this back in the fridge. You want to make sure you get your fats though when you're on Hungerstrike, because the fats are what allow you to make hormones and stay healthy. Okay. I'm going to add some onions here in a second. Okay. I should actually keep these circular. Let's get colorful. I like to try something new every time I cook. I never thought to just put the onions in just in rings. When you have really small onions, you can do bigger ones I cut, but these are like tiny. Because I bought these organic onions that were on sale, and I thought, oh, awesome! You know, a whole big bag of these things for like the normal price of a couple of them, and they came and they're like tiny. So not the best, but not the worst. Okay, we're gonna get our lentils. I have red lentils, which cook quickly. You want to wash them all the time. Apparently, it's not toxic to eat them without washing them. It's not like rice, but I don't really trust any corporations anymore, so I wash everything, and I recommend you do the same. Okay, we're going to get more filtered water. And you can see that I'm boiling it because I'm trying to get some of that water out and reduce the mixture. When you reduce the mixture, it condenses it. The flavors are incredible. So at this point, because we're boiling so much, I'm going to add in some of the fats. Coconut oil has some essential fats. This is not coconut oil, this is coconut milk. So this stuff is just amazing. I never would have ever thought to have used coconut oils or coconut fats because I wasn't a huge fan of coconut, but now I am. It's like amazing. Okay. I learned this when I was cooking gourmet Kenyan food. It was remarkable. I have another can of this for the actual French meal that we're going to have today or tomorrow. I should have it. I don't know. My intuition is saying that it's going to get more extreme, so enjoy this while I have it. All right, so that's in there. Our lentils are soaking here. I don't like using tap water except when I'm very quickly rinsing them off, and then I rinse my last round in filtered water. Okay, turn that down a bit. This is all gourmet vegan, by the way. These are some of the tips and tricks that I've learned. These are some of the tips and tricks that I've learned to really make the food taste great. Once people realize that you can make vegan food taste just as good as meat food, and that our bodies are designed for plant-based diets, not built for meat diets, people easily shift. And it's actually faster to cook. You have to cook meat a lot because if you don't cook it right, you get sick. Our bodies aren't built to eat meat. It's a maladaptation to climate change of 2 million years ago, 3 million years ago. Okay. So we're just soaking these and getting all that white film off, as you can see. A lot of white film. Okay. I have a couple of noodles, which we're going to dump in right in. Whoa! That's more than I wanted. Darn it. That's okay. You can see I'm not really measuring anything. I just go off by my eye. And the top of this pan will fill right to the brim. Even though I'm not measuring anything, I've been using this pan for so long that I just cook intuitively and it seems to work out. Get all that crust off there. It really adds to the flavor a lot. Always scrape your pan like that. Oh, it's so good. Don't do the same in cans though, because if you have a bad can company, you're getting the leaching. A lot more. Okay, last little soak with filtered water now for our lentils. And if you don't, like, this water is like very grassy tasting when it has all this like lentil powder in it or whatever it is. So I like to get that off because even if it's safe to eat in the broth, it changes the taste a little bit. So this is one type of amino acid. You actually need a different, like another half, which is what the noodles and the potatoes are providing, is the other side of the amino acid chain. To get your 9 essential amino acids, I think it is what it is. And a lot of vegans and people who don't rely on meat to do it automatically, they don't balance their diets right. But we evolved to have these balanced plant diets. Our organs were built for plants, and now because we've been eating meat for so long, we've lost some of those plant functions, and now we have to be more careful. But with modern science and modern diets, we can easily, it's way better to go vegan now. Actually better than when we were like apes and then early hominids, like 2.6 million years ago. So it's actually better to go vegan now than ever. Okay, you can notice too that I'm not eating any rice. In these last few meals, like building up to getting back on the hunger strike, rice has arsenic in it, and I found that if I eat my last meals and my intestines are filled with, digested rice, and I get hungrier faster. Like it doesn't have the same satiating effect as not eating. Even when I wash the arsenic out of the rice, because I boil my rice twice. According to scientific studies, 95% of the nutrients stay. No! You can see how it's like very full. Try to keep things a little clean. Batching it. Messiah batching it. Okay, so I'm just going to let this simmer now. And then basically clean up everything. Batch. Put everything away. I like to keep it cool because I don't want to have any of it, not a single thing spoil. Oh, I forgot, you guys. My tamarind. I love putting tamarind, which is like this sort of really tangy kind of sugary root plant like this. So I always put this in to kind of really give it that extra sort of brightness with the vinegar. Very, very little vinegar. And very, very little of this too. Temporary, and we're gonna. I put it in early with the soy sauce because then it gets the broth going. So now that it's a little bit thicker, it might not spread around the broth, but we'll add it in and hopefully it'll spread some of the taste around. Okay. There you go. So these are some of the secret vegan tricks that I've learned to make this way better than when I was cooking. Oh, for myself. What I'm going to do too is I'm going to add a little bit of peas in here to get some greens. Try to eat greens. Let's see that. Okay, we're going to put in a couple of peas in here. The greener your vegetables, the more chloroplast or something is in them. Like, it's actually really good for you. I don't like that kind of freezer burnt smell or freezer burnt taste. So I'm going to put some water and just get those crystals off of there. You can see it's like expanding. It's a little bit too full. This might make it overflow a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of the broth out, which I don't like doing, but just because I don't like it overflowing. Okay. Okay, let's add these in here. There's just some peas. They're going to get steamed a little bit. And then this where we're making sure we're getting like a lot of what we need in terms of the protein balance. The lentils are like the peas and the lentils share the same kind of side of the amino acid chain. But what I like to do is I like to take a swig of cloves to make sure I get my antioxidants in. Cloves are one of the second highest antioxidant in the world. This has a little bit of antioxidants because of the curry, but I just eat straight cloves right before the meal. Kind of resets your palate. It's pretty intense. But all I do is I just put a dash. That's a lot. That is a heck of a lot of cloves. Well, relatively speaking. So I'm going to have that with a little glass of water. Okay, that's done. And then I'm going to take some of this omega-3s. This oil, 96% of Americans are omega-3 deficient. It's literally what your brain is made of. So eat it. Eat lots of it. It'll make your bowels loose at first, but a lot of people have what is it called? Dysentery? This bowel issue because our candida, like this yeast in our gut and all our junk foods have caused the bad bacteria to grow in our stomachs, which is why you don't want to add a lot of sugar to your meals. Oh, I forgot to put my carrot in. No, carrots can naturally sweeten without having to add sugar in. That was a little trick that I learned from an Italian woman. Well, let me have a look at the French kid. Right. Let's add some color. Voila. You start to really enjoy cooking a bit when you get better at it. You see that? I guess you can't really see it. How's that? No, you can't see it. Anyway, okay. So it's pretty much absorbing all of the liquid. I like to have a little bit of liquid because it doesn't taste dry. Okay. But you know what? I'm going to take a picture of this. Just because I'm tracking my meals to see everything. This is a candle for the poor and the hungry that I feel like I'm in solidarity with. I'm blessed that I get to eat these meals and they don't. So this is for them. Take it. Isn't that nice? I don't know if you can see it. Can't see it. All right. So this is a blessing that goes out to the hungry. Oh, those who have a tough life. We're coming to help you. Can you see what I'm doing? Should I try and do something I haven't done before? Is like dump out. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's challenging. Something so simple that I take for granted every day now. It's like rewiring my brain, keeping my brain young. You want to get that stuff on the bottom. It's not burnt, but it's like caramelized a little bit. You don't want to fry or burn anything if you don't have to, because it turns it into cancerous compounds, or not quite cancerous, but harmful agents. And that is that. Okay. Did it finish uploading our video to TikTok? Right, it was downloading it. Yeah, I saved what I typed, so I have to type it over again. Look at it. It's 11:30 already. What I'm doing is I'm redoing all the stuff that I did in my last video a second time. And it's not like it's difficult, it's just the energy. Oh, jeez. Share all 2,000 contacts. I can't go back now. It's not letting me go back. Cancel! They tricked me. So now I have to do it all over again. I have to close the app. I'm restarting because I'm not sharing my contacts with these companies because oh man. Because I know that they use these market nudging techniques where they make you press like yes, 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 or these buttons 3 times, because on the third time you're just clicking through it and they know that you're going to slip up and share your 2,000 contacts, which took you 10 years to gather, and they get it literally in 10 seconds for nothing. I'm exhausted. And they don't really pop up my contacts at that point, so it was a different place. They're trying to find the exact place where if you're agitated, like, oh, it's about to upload, put it right in place because they know that you're in a hurry. Okay, one video down. What time is it? Oh, it's been like 45 minutes, an hour just to set these videos up. Oh, all right. Now I'll upload the second part. Normally I have peanut butter, but I'm saving my last little peanut butter for cooking. That's good. But needs a little more. A little more pistache. That's a lot. Okay. Hey. Somehow TikTok downloaded 200 megabytes. Oh, it uploaded my video. So lucky to be eating you guys. So now you can see why I go a couple of days without updating my videos is because of this. Like I'm exhausted. That drained me. When you've done it like 400 times, it just feels like such a waste of time. Especially since they're shadow banning me, right? But I need to have a record that I was here and I did this. Because nobody's going to believe that some guy went hundreds of days and did all this incredible stuff for them, because they're gonna feel like, number one, they wouldn't do it for other people because they're lost, right? They're fragmented, they're numb, and a lot of others would say it's too hard, you can't do it. It's being done. I'm doing it in a wise way though, so that I'm minimizing the damage to myself. Going vegan really helps. And I got probiotics to make sure my gut health is good. I got multivitamins. I got B12. I'm going to take these iron pills, which are really hard on my gut when I'm this sensitive. Omega-3s. And I even have digestive enzymes, which I use for the first bit, but now my digestion is catching up. My nose is blood. What is happening here? Okay. Can you tell I'm getting a little cranky? Is it nap time yet? It's okay, making progress. I could have used the energy from the last hour to get the real work done. Okay, we got complete amino acids, we got essential fats from olive oil, coconut milk, we got a little bit of pistachios, which is really expensive, but we bought. I eat a little at a time. Lots of salt, a little bit of tiny little bit of sugar, a little bit of carrots for natural sweetener, a little bit of onions and peas, a little bit of vinegar, antioxidants, and omega-3. Multivitamin. Omega-3. These are vegan omega-3. No cod oil. When you put plants through animals, you don't need to. Get it straight from the source. Fish, get the their omega-3 in their bodies from algae, but it's more bioavailable through algae. So just eat the algae. Like not straight. I mean, like buy the oils that are processed from it. Mm. Oh, I forgot to put seaweed in. When you put seaweed in at the beginning for the broth, it makes it even more umami. You can really taste the tamarind in that bag. Hmm. 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 All right. Hmm. 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 What the heck? Ooh. Oh. It's noon already. Oh man. Okay, you should have got an invitation. With the groups, I guess you can't share, I guess, cross borders, but yeah. Actually, now that I remember, when I was doing this with Uswa, we actually made it so that she could log in and use an authenticator app. Then it's still a pain in the butt. Well, let's see here. Well, I can add 5 of you guys to the account. So now you guys can access the Gmail account from your email. So you log into your email, and then you can log in to my email through that. It's just that whoever's doing that role that day will have to switch it so they can access the email, which will be a little bit of a pain, but we could even create multiple emails and just send it to the same people from a different email address. So it's definitely interesting. Or I could just give you guys the email list and you can email it from your emails. That's another thing we can try and do too. As long as the people on the email list don't mind, but who cares really? If they're on that email list, it's because they want to be there. So, but I just picked the first 5 people who committed. So, Sahan, Ebubechi, you, Francis, and I was gonna add Eketi, but Usman. I had to add Usman. So, see if you can access the email now and let me know if it works. It's the first time we've done it this way, and it won't let me add more than 5 people unless I change them out. So, I think you guys will be the first ones to get accredited. And then I think what we're going to do is, unless you guys can find people who want to volunteer in Nigeria, we're just going to load your flocks up with Pakistani, Nepalese, East Indian. And we're just going to hope that the language barrier doesn't get in the way. Because at least when you bring people on that you know in your flock in your language, you can, if it gets hard, you can just switch into your native language. But it's another experiment. And we had somebody just donate $500 more just now. A different funder, somebody totally different than who I was expecting. So we got a blessing there. So we have enough funds to basically, Usman and I are going to recruit a bunch of people, and we're going to try and shoot for a godly meeting. We're not growing fast enough for the ultras. We've learned quite a bit about them already, but we're going to just do a big push and just try for our first 36 person meeting. So Usman and I are getting on LinkedIn. I don't know if you have a LinkedIn, Esther, but I think using TrueLancer and those other accounts are more expensive. So we're going to see if LinkedIn can give us the same results. Because LinkedIn doesn't charge us a percentage. We don't have to stay on their platform and all this weird stuff that feels trapping. So. Okay, we're making progress one step at a time. Maybe I'll try and pay you guys to try and do these training videos. Because when we do get 36 people on board, we can't be training them the way we did for the ultras. The ultras are way too slow. Well, it's not too slow, but it's like Rimshaw is this really gifted high Pareto Pakistani woman, and she's even taking 7 meetings. She can run the timers now, but it took 7 meetings what we thought would take 3. So I'm thinking we might make a lump sum payment and say, for $50 you got to make it to ultra. And if somebody says they'll do that, then they can do it at their own rate. So we might just do a salary kind of thing and a time limit. And if they don't do it within the time limit, then they don't get paid. You know what I mean? So it'll incentivize them to practice on their own time. So anyway, we had a really good meeting today. Even though the ultra didn't come off, it was really shocking that all your guys' power went out, including Sahan. So nobody in Africa showed up. And it really rattled our cage a bit, right? It's kind of statistically, that's extremely unlikely, right, Esther? So, I said we're going to get out of Nigeria. And what I mean by that is, we're going to get out for now. I've taken the vow of abandonment for everybody. So we're going to return to Nigeria once we do some more fundraising. Right? So I really like you guys. We've invested hundreds of dollars, over $1,000 in just you guys. And Sahan, I think we invested something like $500, $600 by now, over $500,000, So we want to keep you guys, but let me know with the Starlink thing. If we can get you guys' data covered, great. If not, it's we're all gonna be dead in a year and a half to 2 years anyway. Esther, who cares? if you have to spend a little bit more on data, we're trying to save your life. If you know of a better approach where we should go and take this energy and put it towards a better solution, let me know. We'll direct the group in that direction. But um, nobody else has better solutions as far as we know. So I'm making sacrifices. Like, it might sound like a lot to sacrifice a couple dollars on data, but I've sacrificed, hundreds of thousands of dollars of Canadian dollars. Sold my car, sold everything. And I went 300 days without food. And like it's nobody comes close, whether in the rich world or the developing world, except for those who are hungry every day. Those are the ones that are suffering more than I am. So I'm trying to inspire you guys. This is humanity's last chance. Yeah, we gotta be able to predict when these massive outages are gonna happen. This is shocking. Okay, let me know. Peace. Oh, I just want to make sure, like, we're gonna come back once we find it. I'm just making it clear that just now, when things are so brittle, it's really tricky. I really have to be careful here. Usually at this stage of the core, the people who stick around are the ones that share the vision and are willing to sacrifice for it. Right? So that's what your core is when you're building movements. Your first, usually 5 to 10, maybe if you're lucky, 20 people. And then after that, you sort of like fan out. But that's what you guys are supposed to be. And like, paying you guys and you guys not asking for more, like just the cost of the data is already, it's hard, I know. So I really appreciate that, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So let's see what happens here. If we keep doing ultras, okay. But if we do it godly, I think the blessings are a lot higher. We just got to get 3 times as many people. And then we got to make the training better because we can't keep burning these people out. And we got to tell them about the Messiah thing and all that. And Rimshaw is still staying, so she's a real one. So anyway, okay, I just want to make you know that we're not abandoning Nigeria. We just got to get out of Nigeria in these deadly stages when people are actually risking their lives. I'm risking my life, like we're actually doing that. I'm actually taking this period to recover a little bit because I have a funny feeling the next meetings are going to get really scary, really intense. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure I end on that note. Okay, peace. Great points, Rinshaw. Yeah, internationally, it's tricky. Um, so what I'm thinking is, like, we were using Truelancer before, and you could do escrow. Like, I could put money away and, like, show people that the money's waiting there. But it still didn't work that good, to be honest. And it's expensive, so we might look for a different escrow service. But for now, it's actually cheapest just to do a bank interact transfer, and it also reassures my banks that I'm not being scammed because it's hard to fake bank accounts. And we ask for bank accounts in your home country or with your name on it. Some people try to give us bank accounts in the Cayman Islands and a whole bunch of things with different people's names. We're like, no, it's got to be your name in your country, ideally, and then we go from there. But yeah, the first time it's like, oh, is this real? Like it is. We spent probably over $3,000 on probably around $3,000, $4,000 trying to train up these crews to stay with us and help us grow. So we just got another $500 donation today. So that's going to pay for trying to do the next godly meeting. That's where you're going to get paid out of. But we need to get you accredited, Rimsha. So we're improving the training. So just give us a few minutes, and then once we improve the training, you get your payment. Then we're going to do what we're calling recruitment number 5, like we call it the 5th wave. So we do them in waves. So you are a wave part of 4, the 4th wave. You, Fahiba, and Babiha, and there's like 5 or 6 other people. and the others didn't make it. Like their computers died. They just weren't cut out. But I think that you and Fabiha will probably survive the fourth round with Mary Jane and potentially Molly. But in the fifth round, we have to constantly get better. So what we learned from you guys is that microbases, even for talented people like you, right, God gifted, is still going to take roughly 7 to 10 hours unless we get the meetings done. So we might even switch to like a salary model where it's like, okay, we'll say we'll pay you $30 to get to Ultra, and then you just practice on your own. You get a couple of accreditations, and then yeah, we're gonna try that I think next. Instead of paying by blessing, we'll just say we're gonna give you this much and see if they can make it within a certain period of time, like 1 week or something. Like, does that strike you as better, more fair? Okay, I'm excited. We didn't do the Ultra today. Something weird happened today, so we're fixing that. But the next Ultra is on January 29th, which I might delay to see if we can get 36 more people on board for the godly level meeting. The godly level meeting is we have 36 people in the room, but each one of you only takes one of those blocks, like one of those tasks, and then you do it all the way to godly. But the godly task is pretty hard. It's going to take up a lot of your attention during the meeting just to do that one. But if you have people that you think you could bring on board that could be a part of this 36, then I could just say, okay, how do I do this? If I said, okay, here's $30, get yourself to base 3, I think would be good. Base 3, and then maybe accredited in one of the roles for Ultra or even Godly, then we'll see if you can do that. That's like what, 15 hours worth of work at average wage, 15 or 30, somewhere between 15 and 30 hours. So, but we also want to bring on people that want to volunteer. So, Usman and I are going on LinkedIn, and we're going to send out volunteer advertisements to see if we can get volunteers first. We can save money to pay you guys, right? And I got, I think, 35 people interested in my last advertisement, but I didn't message them. So I'm going to try and do that now. And if we can get people to volunteer, then we're going to go with them first until we start needing to get lots of blessings. And then the people we have to pay, like that don't understand that we're saving their lives and making like huge sacrifices to wake them up. Like nobody's paying me to do this, you know? It's just to say, hey, we need to make a mad dash for our lives, because it doesn't matter whether we pay you $10, $30. If you're dead or trapped, it doesn't matter, right, Rimsha? It doesn't matter. And these CEOs, like even today, if you would have came in, you would have seen us going over a document of one of these AI CEOs from Anthropic saying that he was sorry, like he was making a confession that they're releasing this AI and they know it's harming humanity. So they're just like hoping that it doesn't kill us all. So we need to align it with this proof of truth immediately. So if you know anybody that works in AI that can start working on getting an AI aligned with God, that's dawa. That's like supercharged dawa, right? But okay, this is where we're heading in this direction. So if you have other people, how many do you think you could get once we pay you? How many do you think you could get and show them and get them on board? And what other Pareto categories do you think? Because if we can start getting wealthy uncles and aunts and like other people to help do the fundraising for us, we can start to pay those that are less fortunate, right, to get up the hamster wheel and join us. So that's something else that we're doing too, is we're trying to bring on people that can help us do more fundraising to get more people on board. Luckily we got one donation from this guy up YouTube that's watching me and another guy, and so there's like 2 or 3 people right now carrying us, but we need to get more. Okay, this is quite a long recording. But yeah, let me know about that. And yeah, I wonder if we should do the salary thing with you. Let me think. Okay, peace.
So after 2 months I've been in Nepal, then I want to know whether Julian now it. Better to start our work projects. Still I'm not seeing message anything whether Julian having number, just keep me the Julian number page there. sir. How are you? I'm still right now in Qatar. So after 2 months, I'll be in Nepal. Then I want to know where the Julian nowadays. Better to we are start our work project. Still, I did not see any message, anything. Where the Julian have any number? Just give me the Julian number, please.
Okay, Francis, I hear you. That's pretty concerning that you don't have a place that's stable, but at least you got a place now, a little bit. Yeah, nobody came to the ultra today except for Usman and the Pakistanis and Morlano and Joseph. Nobody from Africa came. None of you guys, not Tahan, nobody. So that's really concerning to me. That can't be happening, especially when I asked you guys to confirm with me that you were good to come. I might like what we're gonna try and do is, Usman and I are gonna try and recruit 36 more people, probably from Pakistan, Nepal, India. You guys are gonna stop recruiting people from Nigeria unless they want to volunteer, and that's because the data costs are so high. Or you guys get on Starlink. So please let me know if Starlink works. If you guys aren't interested in being a part of this anymore, let me know so that we don't spend more money on you guys, because that could go to the other people who are going to stick with me. Right? And it's not necessarily your fault that the data costs are so high. Where you are, it's dangerous in these early stages to pay you guys when it's just going towards the data company. Like our lives are in danger. We need to get moving quickly, and we need to improve the training and inspire people. So that's happening. But I want to keep investing in you guys because we spent a few $100s on each one of you, and it's hard to train up people like that, right? And I want to make more training videos to make sure that we can get more people going. So I'm going to try and shoot for a godly meeting. We've done a couple of ultras and learned, but I'm going to shoot for a godly meeting, and then I would just call you guys into the godly meeting, and then we'll see if we can pull it off. But yeah, I really like you guys being a part of this. I really do. And if you know anybody that wants to volunteer or sacrifice their data and come or do the Starlink thing, then we'll get more Nigerians on board for sure. It's just that if we have to pay everybody, it's hard. So we're going to try and get a whole bunch of volunteers on LinkedIn. We're going to send out an advertisement saying, will you come and volunteer to help us save your life? And like, what's the point of making money if we're all dead, right? Like, if we can live with our parents, we can pull this all off while we have a few months left. This is humanity's last stand, it's our last stand. Yeah. I was really disappointed that nobody even sent me any messages that they weren't going to make it. Like, just nobody showed up, and like, what's going on here? This is not okay. And I understand that the internet's unstable, but like the whole country going out, unless there's some huge disaster, which I really pray and hope it's not a disaster. We need to find some kind of way to make sure that if people have confirmed to come, they're going to come. So yeah, we're strategizing. We're going to get better, and I'm going to try and save it. We got a $500 donation today, so we can already pay up everybody. But we're still like 1,900 blessings away, and yeah. We we came up with some good ideas on how to keep moving forward. So that's what we're gonna do, and try and keep you guys going. But we're all gonna have to sacrifice because we're descending, Francis. Everybody's losing their jobs. The AI from Anthropic today and the ELM today said that they're literally releasing this AI and apologizing. The one that's coding itself 100% right now, they're literally apologizing because they know it's harming humanity and they can't stop it. They don't know how. We have a chance to get this AI, this universal logic, into these AIs, Francis. I'm trying to inspire you guys. You know, I've given a little bit of data money. I've given tens of that. I've given everything. Like $100,000, $200,000 of Canadian dollars. You know, I've got hundreds of days without eating. It's a big sacrifice to motivate you that we need to get going. So, yeah, we're gonna have to start doing the launch list or something to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Yeah. But I feel you guys, and I know you're trying. It's tough. There's something strange about Nigeria. It's like it's different from anywhere else that we've been working with. So I feel for you guys. If I was living there, I would probably feel the same way. It's a grind in Nigeria. It's because there's a lot of young energy, a lot of competition. So hang in there. I'm going to hang in too. It's going to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We're going to have nuclear dialectic after nuclear dialectic. We just got to hold on, be honest, speak authentically, be as kind as we can in our frustration, and then just return to each other, looking for that goodness. So, yeah, let me know about the Starlink if that works in your area. And it's like you get a refund, so we might help you get the device if they ask for any kind of down payment. Or no, it's a referral. I think it is free. But if it's not, you get that money back if you return the device after 30 days. And so that's what I'm thinking of doing. But yes, I wanted to figure out what happened. Why weren't you able to come in today? Or at least send a message. Yeah, okay. And Mary Jane as well. She sent me a really curt message. So I hope she's okay. But yeah, let's hear from her and see. Is she going to get her friend on board? Is she got any questions? Is she concerned? She kind of went through the 4th wave, and the 4th wave was really rough, right? Because we were changing the training and we were changing the ultras. And yeah, that's tough on her. Especially when she had like 6 computers streaming, and that does eat up a lot of data. So I think Nigerians will come to ultra ELMs where it's like they only have to share one screen or something. I'm figuring it out. Okay, talk to you soon. Stay strong, Francis. You should have gotten an invitation through email to access our group email, and I can only have like 5 people on this, so I added you guys, and that's for the influencer task of sending out the emails. That's how you get that accreditation. Okay, let me know if you got that email, and about the Starlink, and about what's happening with Mary Jane. Is she coming in? And yeah, I think we might actually still do a couple of ultras because it's going to take a little while, a couple of days or maybe a week to get 36 people in here. We'll see. So maybe I will keep the next ultra on board for January 29th. Okay, excellent. Okay, yeah, if you got another person, I've just noticed that as we've recruited a lot of people into this process now, that people who aren't like reliable within like the first 2 days probably aren't going to make it. A lot of people don't communicate honestly and openly like you do. That's why I think you're here. Is you've got the right energy. You have God energy, and I'm refreshed by it. I love people who wear their heart on their sleeve, but can also have emotional resilience and communicate in a sort of kind but fearless way. what is the truth coming through them? And they might be wrong, they know that, but they might also be right. And you have that energy, so I want to keep you. Even though Nigeria is really expensive, we're trying to get you guys those Starlink connections. And if we can get one for you at your business or wherever, and we can get a few people using it, then that might be a way to get Starlink started in Nigeria, at least for you guys. Then you can refer others and get that going, get that network going that's stable and really high speed too, so we can stop having unstable meetings. Nobody from Africa came today. The Pakistanis and United States and we came, but for some reason nobody came from Kenya or Nigeria or even in Kakuma. So yes, for your next person, what we're going to try and do is we're going to change the training a little bit, and maybe you can help us make some of these videos. But we're going to try and get Usman to recruit some Pakistanis and Nepalese, and if you're on LinkedIn, if you can help us get some volunteers. We're going to send out some like advertisements saying that we're looking for volunteers and seeing if we can get those people first, and then that will save us some money to help keep paying you guys. I got another $500 donation. If you look at the GoFundMe, you'll see an anonymous person who's been watching our streams of the ELMs, likes what we're doing, and gave some support. So I feel really blessed by that. So we can pay you guys now, and we have another guy that might help as well. But we really got to make this next 5th wave count. So Mali was a part of the 4th wave recruitment, but I think that's over now. And we saw the problems that it's too hard, it's too slow, and the videos need to get better, and the instructions need to be getting better, and the pay needs to be clear. If they're not going to volunteer to help save our lives, then I want to make the pay clearer. And I found out how to do that with Usman. But Usman's going to go on and try and recruit in countries that have way lower data costs, so we can keep affording to get you guys going. But if you get Starlink, then we're going to make a mad dash for like the 30 days of free service. And then when it's over, we'll try and return the device or go into the hibernate mode or whatever the low price is. I just want to get us going on that, because that's what will make it potentially feasible to get the Nigerians on board with stable internet and affordable internet if you can share the connection with other people in your house and other people at businesses or wherever. So your next person, like Molly's probably gone. So if we get your other person, we don't want to burn them out like we did Molly. We want to get them paid within 3 to 6 meetings. So within 5 to 6 hours, they're getting paid, or else people can get burnt out and think it's a scam. So you guys know it's not a scam. I'll pay you. I just want to pay you in bigger chunks, like, because it charges me $1 every time I send the money, right? So if I'm sending you $5 and $1 of that is fees, then 1/5, like 20%, is going towards the bank when it could have been going towards you. So a lot of people don't want to wait that long to make like 20, 30, 50. But what I think we might try and do at Creati is we might take a salary approach. So we might say to your new person, like maybe they'll be the first person we try this with, because as you know, I hyper agile. Like we never sit still. We're constantly learning, right? Innovate or die. Literally, the CEO of Anthropic AI this morning said that they're apologizing to people, like confessing that they're releasing a thing that's harming us and they can't stop it. Like our lives are in danger. Who cares what kind of money we're making if we're all dead? We need to make a mad dash with everything we have to save our lives and the lives of our kids and grandkids and nephews and nieces and grandparents, everybody. So here's what I think we're going to try and do. We're going to pay maybe $30 to your friend and say for $30 you got to get trained up to base 3 and either ultra or godly. Or yeah, maybe we'll do godly. And godly is a little bit easier in a certain way. So we might do that. And then they can decide how much they want to practice on their own and then come in for their accreditations. Right? Because they get like 3 attempts of paid accreditation. And then after that, it's honorary blessings, right? So we'll set aside $30 for them. And if they don't do it within like a week or like, a time period, then we'll say, well, maybe they're not cut out for it, or we'll figure out what's fair. But we want to set an expectation. This is the time period, like training up quickly. And we want them to practice at least 6 times on their own. and then they can kind of come in with you and me and or you and Betchy, and then get accredited within 3 times, and we'll pay them 3 times, with the pay going down half by each to incentivize that they really should be practicing on their own, and then with the videos that we're going to make, and then you're freed up to do wisdom blessings and all this other stuff. So anyway, this is the direction. $30 is about 15 hours, 15 to 30 hours at the average, or it's above minimum wage, and around average wage if we pay 15 hours, $30, 15 hours. And that gets them a data connection at least. So can they do the base 3 and well, an ultra or godly within that time? Yeah, I think so. If they practice on their own and the videos get better that we're gonna make, yeah, I'd rather pay you to make a video right now and to keep coming in with the ultras. And what happened? What happened? Did the power go out where you were too? Like, did it literally go out across all of Nigeria? Because even Francis, Sahan, and Kenya, yeah, it all went out. And, that's really incredibly rare. That's like not happened anywhere yet. So, also, unless you can find Nigerians that want to volunteer or do the Starlink thing, we're gonna get Usman, who volunteered to use his like big LinkedIn. He's got tons of connections on LinkedIn. He might be able to get 36 Pakistanis and Nepalese and Indians on board. So we're gonna try and give you guys each 2 or 3 for your flocks just to get started, and then we're all gonna try and fundraise a certain amount. I'm like making a new proposal, and then we'll have the next batch of money as part of the wisdom team's blessings to keep us going at full rate. So Usman's going to probably get you 2 or 3, and then once we start getting that funding, then we can probably go return back to the Nigerians and get a few more Nigerians on board. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're going to get Nigeria on board no matter what. It's just that we got to be careful about the timing, because the funding is so fragile. We're so fragile right now, right? That's how all these powerful movements start. Like even Christianity almost failed, right? When Jesus died, they all left. And then 3 months later at Pentecost, that's when they got back together and decided to actually do something. But it took them 3 months, and they deserted him on the cross. Only Mary was there with a couple of visitors once in a while, but he died naked, basically by himself with his mom, and maybe Mary Magdalene. John came once or twice. So it looks like these movements, they're so powerful. There's billions of Christians now. It wasn't like that in the beginning. It looked feeble. It looked like Jesus had his disciples. Well, his like when he fed the 5,000, they all deserted him because he was saying like wacky stuff to them, and they all deserted him. Even Jesus went to his disciples and said, "What, are you going to leave me too?" Like, imagine that. And you're supposed to change the world and bring kingdom come, and imagine how shaken they must have been. And then they finally did it. They realized that it was the real deal. So that's what we're going through now. Is we're holding on by a thread, but it's a golden thread. Okay, Anthony, sorry for the long recording, but I hope I really hope we get to keep your energy here. And if there's anything we can do to help make a mad dash, if you know anybody who's a wealthy uncle or something that believes that they want to save some lives, or a pastor or priest or anybody that realizes that we're in trouble, and we need to, and they want to align an AI with God's logic, God's being, tell them about us and let's get them going, because we don't got a lot of time. They're releasing these AIs right now. Okay, so let me know about the Starlink. Let me know if your friend wants to do that, or what do you think about that? Does it sound fair before you tell your friend? And the next Ultra. And what happened? How come you weren't able to make it to this one? Quite a bit there, but yeah, let me know. Okay, peace. Shoot, I missed the meeting. Well, whatever. I don't think these programs are really going to make much of a difference now. Anyway, it's too late. Okay, Didar. I'm looking over all my messages here, and I just remembered that these guys at Trinity College Dublin, apparently they weren't able to do anything that they wanted because, well, basically AI's taken over everything. It's getting really strange and bizarre and weird. Even just today in our meetings, we were watching videos about the Anthropic CEO, basically saying that they're releasing these AIs, and trying to make ethical constitutions for them, and they're more like confessions and apologies for, well, but basically releasing something that could harm the whole human species. So it's extreme. We need to make a mad dash. Whatever the marks is, whatever anybody's doing, is not. There's no time. We need to focus on an approach that has a realistic chance of working. I think we do. But just letting you know, yeah, it looks like they're not going to be able to do these metaphysical sessions like they wanted. So, oh well. And we just got a $500 donation on our GoFundMe, so that's going to keep us going for a little while longer. But if there's anything you can do to help keep us going, I would love that. And if you want to start coming in and getting trained, we need 36 more people to try our next level of meetings and training. And are you interested in that? Let me know. And yeah, we just need to grow this movement. All right, peace. Oh, I'm feeling it. Okay, Sahan, yes, we're trying to go as fast as we can. The reality is that all of our lives are in danger, right? I would just start going around to uncles, pastors, priests, and be like, look, if we don't align this AI with God ASAP, we're toast. Like, we just this morning in the ELM saw the Anthropic CEO at Davos, this big rich conference of the top 1,000 CEOs, basically apologizing. They're writing a constitution that's more like a confession about they don't know what this thing is doing, but they know it's going to harm us. There's a very good chance that it's going to harm us. We're talking like now. It could be at any time, months. We're lucky if we have a year. We're extremely lucky if we have 2 years, but nobody's thinking that anymore. So the economy is going to crumble more and more, and it's going to become more and more difficult. So we just got another $500 donation, and we have another guy saying he wants to invest, but he's saying he doesn't want to keep. We need to be growing a lot better and getting better investments here. And Nigeria is really expensive and unstable, but none of them have kids like you do. So if we do the work, if we scale, then we can. It's easier to raise the funds. The person who donated it was as an anonymous person watching my YouTube, watching our meetings. They've been watching for like, I guess, a few months, and so that's where the money's coming from. It's just like inspiring people. So we have 500, and we're thinking that we're going to try and aim for a godly meeting. Like nobody came into the ultras today, which was really shocking. Like nobody actually, me, Marlena, Joe, Usman, and Rimsha, and the Pakistanis came in, but nobody from Africa. So that's really challenging. So I'm thinking we're going to get out of Africa and then try and hit into India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, where the data costs are much lower, and try and do a bunch of fundraising. Like we're going to start fundraising with everybody. We're going to say, bring in your rich uncle, bring in people. Like we got to fundraise together, and then that's what's going to keep us going. We'll give to the people who are needy the most. And Usman has volunteered to use this LinkedIn to try and get 30 people on board voluntarily. Like we're going to try and find volunteers who just want to help because we're saving their lives. You know what I mean? And then once we raise some funds, we can kind of go back into Africa and keep paying these extremely high costs. Like in terms of your quality of living, it's really bizarre. The Nigerians aren't even making any money; they're just spending it all on the data. So we're trying to get them Starlink, and if you open up my referral, you can go and check and see if Starlink is available in your area. But yeah, Sahan, I mean, if you're not coming and doing the work over here, it's hard for me to raise the funds because you're like, well, you're just paying people's bills. They don't care about surviving the AI crisis. They're just using you. And I said, well, if you were them, you'd be desperate too. So the compromise is to say, okay, we're going to come back for Nigeria and Kenya. Once we start fundraising in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and all these other places that are more stable, right? And don't have kids. A lot of these people are young. So once we get that base set, then we can come back and start paying you guys a little bit more, or paying you to do the blessings, or like paying up front, or doing, we might do a salary. We'll say we're going to give a lump sum of like $30 or whatever, and then you tell us when you're going to come in, and we'll pay like the $2. I'm bringing it down to $2 an hour because there's so much, there's so many blessings to do. It's challenging right now, Sahan. So yeah, what I was paying you guys before was like really high, considering the work doesn't require a degree, it doesn't require a PhD, it doesn't require anything. Like we're training children that are 13 years old to do it. And it's actually, once you're practiced, it's easy. Once people know how to use Google Meet and they know how to basically, all these skills that we were kind of hoping to bring with them into the meetings, we basically paid people to use tools that they can use in other companies. But Usman is back in a big way. We got Rimsha, who's the most Pareto privileges out of any of us, and she's going to try and bring in a bunch of people too. So I want to say the funds for people that can actually do stuff, and you are in a sort of desperate situation where you're a great trainer, by the way. Usman just gave you a compliment just today. He said, yeah, Sahan was like a great trainer. He said, that's how I learned so fast. And he said, the way that I'm training, Usman said the way that he's training up his people is copying how you trained him. So he really appreciated you. So I wanted to pass that along, that you have the right kind of vibe that we want, Sahan. But you've got to keep pushing your priests and like don't give up. It takes 7 attempts to get people to listen. This is the true proof of God. No one's refuted it. I've tested it for the last 3 days. I sent it to all these really smart atheists on my Facebook and all these theologians. Nobody can refute it. And some of them are excited. They're like, send it to me. I want it. And they think that they can defeat it like they do every other argument. And then they just go silent. And they can't refute it. So, you know, I was really hoping we can get something going with the priest and stick on that. Yeah, but what do you think about the salary idea? Is the Starlink available in your area? Because it's 30 days free. It sounds like you're having a hard time getting a job. Are you still trying to do Freelancer? We're not going to use Freelancer right now because it's expensive. I think LinkedIn might be better. We'll see. We're going to try it, Usman and I, over the next couple of days and try and get our 36 people. And then with those 36, we're going to share Pareto categories and try and raise the next batch of funds. Because usually within 36 people, somebody's like really gifted, right? And they'll pull in somebody that can help us. So we need to do that to get all of us going. But how many hours per week do you think you could give? And yes, let me know if you can't come to the meetings. Like I asked you guys all to confirm, can you come to the ELMs, the ultras, and for not a single applicant to come, and nobody even gave me any warnings, nothing. We can't have that, right? Okay, I'm just giving you a quick little update. Let me know what you think of that. And yes, Starlink, does it work in your area? And number two is, what do you think about this kind of salaried approach? And is $2 an hour, uh, if you do all the blessings, $2 an hour is sort of like what I'm aiming for, and it seems like people are pretty happy with that, at least in Pakistan and India. So I just know in Nigeria, it's like we have to pay them like $6 to $9 an hour, which is just covering the data costs and a little bit more extra. Like it's extreme. Well, they're being exploited there. But anyway, I'll keep this one kind of short. But yeah, I hear you're struggling. When we were poor, we were trying to raise my younger brother and sister and stuff like that. It was hard. It was kind of scary too. But at least your wife has a full-time job, right? Or did she lose that because of AI? Like everybody's losing their jobs like tens of thousands. It's extreme. It's happening. It's happening, Sahan. It's really happening. Like families need to bond together, and if your brother who's managing the farm or anybody can give anything to keep you afloat or donate to us so we can keep everybody afloat, we need to start making this a priority. But yes, we're trying to figure out how to divide up this $500 from like what you guys have already done and how to get the next at least one godly done. Still have 1,900 blessings to do, so let's see what happens. Like that's enough to do the ultras. I can get probably 2,000 blessings with the ultras, so we might keep doing those. So try and come and get accredited on the 29th if you can. And yeah, I mean it's not my business exactly, but how much are your bills? Like if the more we can know people's situations, the more that we can try and plan ahead and try and help out and recruit people that might be able to help and all that, right? We're gonna start trying to share our Pareto categories here before the fifth wave. We just finished the fourth wave, and it looks like Quran and all that didn't work out for you. And same with the other young person that you were thinking of. We might just say here's $30, here's some videos. You show them once, they go, then they practice and they go on their own and practice like for 6 hours or whatever. Then they come back, we accreditate them. If they fail, they accreditate a second time. If they fail, they try it a third time, we pay them. If not, then they do it for free right after that. Okay, 10-minute recording. That's a bit of a big update that we had here. So hopefully more updates soon. Hang in there, Sahan. Hang in there. It's tough. But you're a good dad, and I know you're trying your best. Okay, and if we can't get Kenya and Nigeria going here, except for you guys, then we're going to try and recruit some Pakistanis and get them, like give 2 or 3 to you, and you would train Pakistanis that are cheaper. At least for now, we're willing to make voluntary sacrifices, and then that should hopefully get you guys going and training. It's because when you train and accreditate, that's when you get paid now. And I'm making a new video to make it very clear on how to communicate that. And then you can budget your time so it's optimized for you. You try and do it when you can, and then you come in to get just accredited. And then it'll hopefully save some time. Okay, peace.
Good evening, Mr. Mark. I'm doing good. I'm very fine, but nowadays I'm very quiet. I was having a problem with in that time I was promised you that I will attend up to now. We received power today now in Kakuma. Most of people are using solar, but nowadays I've introduced electrical power, so most people look at up to now they have problem with it. You come today, it means some days. That is it. That's thank you.
You know what's funny about that last article you sent is that that's exactly what I'm doing when I'm sitting in my chair. I have this window and I'm looking out at these trees, and I force my eyes to try and readjust, a couple of times an hour, just so that I don't get nearsighted. My eyes are a little bit blurry because, yeah, I'm looking at screens all the time. And even when I'm on the bus and stuff like that, like I try not to pull up my phone anymore and I just like watch the buildings and watch people. And when we were watching those old movies, like the 4400, you can tell that it feels different, right? It's like people were talking to. It feels weird. Like it's weird to think it's weird for people to be hanging out in bars and like talking. It feels like the, we're like frogs in a boiling pot of water. The water's getting hot, right? It's getting hot. So I think we might try to do the salary thing with some of these new hires and try and get a bunch of volunteers on board. These next 36. I just left a bunch of messages to all the Nigerians, being like, "What happened? Where were you?" Looks like there was a massive powder outage in Nigeria. Sahan is also struggling with this kid, and he's been really, really having a hard time. Like, pretty big mental health situations going on. But his wife has a full-time job, so I'm not sure exactly why that's so stressful on him. But yeah, we just got a $500 donation just this morning off of YouTube. Strangers that have been watching our meetings for months. So look at that. Who would have thought that our little ELMs were inspiring people? But they are. And this is the golden thread, right? Just a really great guy on YouTube watching us, and he said he's going to try and help out even more. But he's in the States, and he said he's fighting a good fight down there. Hopefully Lucy can give some. And then, yeah, I'm going to be working on this proposal for Joe here. It's already 1:20. I've been talking like non-stop, updating people. But yeah, if you want to get Dre going, like seriously, as you saw, it's getting bizarre out there. It's starting to get bizarre. Yeah, okay. I like this one kind of short. It feels like there's one more thing I want to say to you. I can't quite remember. Okay. Yeah, what if Starlink works in your area? If it'd be worth it? I don't know if it'd be worth it. Your internet's already pretty stable, right? But yeah. I need a nap. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, so if I think about it, I'll message you. Okay, peace. Oh yeah, let's get some more of Dre's thoughts too. Like what he said there was great. I wish I didn't talk so much because I wanted to get you guys' final thoughts. So what did you think about everything I said today? Okay, peace.
'Hello, how are you? Can we have a meeting now, please?
Hi Sabuj. Okay, I'll just be honest with you. I think you're a nice, great guy. It's just that I can sense that we're not jiving. I told you to come to my meetings here, and you keep telling me what to do, and I'm like, my friend, we're trying to save your life, and I'm the client. So if you want the business, my friend, you gotta like work with the clients. So yeah, I already offered you a proposal. If you can do it voluntarily, improve yourself, then and you're gonna do it ethically, then pass by me what you want to do. But I'm just letting you know, absolutely, so Booj, you're not getting paid for this, right? You're trying to raise funds with our content to prove that your methods work. And please write to me that you understand this, if you don't mind. But right now we're trying to build a movement, and we'll come back for you. Like I've taken the vow of unabandonment for you. Right now, though, we're in a very tricky situation, and you sort of spam emailed me in my spam folder and my emails, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna respond and see what happens. But for now, I just don't have time to spend on something that I'm unsure of. Okay, either you can help and get you guys paid by raising awareness for our videos with your team and stuff like that. But yeah, just send me what I said to you, what you're going to plan to do with 10 videos, how you plan to raise money with it, not just get views, but what kind of views, and then it'll translate into your $300 fee, and then I'll just transfer you the $300 fee. So you can put our GoFundMe up there, and if they donate to the GoFundMe, then I can say, okay, we're going to pay you guys for your services. But I need to see a realistic plan there, so Boosh, because a lot of these SEO companies don't actually seem to help very much. And I'm not interested in exposure. I'm interested in fundraising. Let me know, okay? And if you aren't understanding my words, then we might need to get a translator. Okay, peace. Oh. Oh man. Wow, I'm feeling it. I'm grinding hard here though, but making progress. Ugh! I got court coming up here in Oh. 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 Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Yes, John, I see you here. I can't believe it's been 5.5 hours since I started this stream. It's already 3:30, and I feel like lots happening. What time is compressing? Like there's lots going on, but you are welcome for the shout out. You're right. It does help other people to want to come in here, especially when it gets sent to the GoFundMe. They can see for themselves. Yeah. Not only are we gonna have to keep each other going, but to keep the teams going and humanity. People are going to freak out when they realize what's happening. Glad you enjoyed the food. I'm gonna try and finish up this one thing. Oh, I got another message here. I'm making big progress on what I was trying to finish last night. Whoa. Okay. Let me try and finish before I lose my focus. I'm so close to finishing. Well, I'm responding to this guy and his Kantian arguments before I finish up these proposals. I really want to finish this before I start cooking these final things, but like the vegetables are starting to go bad. It's been too long. So. Okay, what was I looking at? Oh, yes. Woo. You see the beautiful sun coming in. Okay. My wristband is coming off. So let's fix it. Right, I fixed my little hospital band, which I'm going to cut off when I win these cases. Feeling it, you guys. I am feeling it. I'm pushing the limits here, but I want to nap in about half.
I've experienced debilitating severe pain in my body for the last 16 years,
All right.
15 years.
All right.
And I'm done with it. I want it to be healed,
Yes.
and I'd like your help in helping me.
All right, well, again, the first question usually, energetically speaking, is what have you learned from having that experience that you might otherwise not learn? Start acknowledging what you've learned in a positive context.
I've learned to appreciate ability in the body, and since I've had it taken away from me, yeah, I've learned to appreciate putting healthy things in my body, diet and lifestyle, just trying to maintain that health and wellness. So, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's awful, difficult. I guess I have to dig deeper into the deeper lessons that I've learned by having it.
Then that might be a good thing for you to start with. Because when you start acknowledging how creating this for yourself has served you in a positive way, then you will be acknowledging that you learned the lesson, and then the message doesn't have to be delivered in the same way. You understand?
Yes.
Because you're saying, I'm willing to get this, I'm willing to learn, without necessarily forcing myself into a situation where I have no other choice. Because I've arrived at a place where I am not giving myself any other choice but to know these truths for myself. That's true. Cool.
Yes.
Now, I do have one other suggestion for you. Anything that you have learned from having this experience, have you in any way, shape, or form been teaching others who have similar experiences how to gain positive lessons from having it?
No, not exactly.
What do you mean not exactly?
Well, I'm in a helping profession, but I don't think I'm directly trying to help other people who have chronic pain.
Why not? Since you are an expert
Well,
at
I'm
it.
an expert at it, and I'm to overcome it. So,
Why do you think you need to overcome it in order to teach how to do it? In fact, what makes you think you won't be a better teacher by still having it while you are also sharing what you learned from it that might help someone else?
Well, I just don't feel that I do deal with it very well. I feel like I suffer from it. There's suffering that comes from it.
Well, I'm not talking about the physical experience. We just had a conversation where you've admitted that you have learned some positive things that you otherwise might not have learned by having this experience. Yes,
Yes.
that's the conversation.
I see.
And while you're having that conversation, not that anyone else has to do it that way, but while you're sharing the possibility, the option, that they might be able to turn around and ask themselves that very interesting, introspective question of, well, if I had this experience, would I have learned what I have learned? Would I know what I know? Would I be the person that I've become? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe that's something I really need to look at. By opening up those questions in their mind and sharing this idea of what you learned with them, you may find that you will no longer need to experience it that way, and you will overcome it as a process when you are sharing what you have learned from it. Not before you start sharing it, but as part of the process of sharing.
Well, so much for the napping. Learned a lot though. Oh yeah, I didn't take a break or anything. I'm just cruising here. I'm almost done this response. I don't know why I'm doing so much of it, but it's clarifying my mind a lot. No, it's helping me realize how clear my mind has already become. So interesting. Okay, logging in. I'm extremely hungry. I'm trying to recover. I want to pack my intestines full. Holy crap. I'm not gonna be able to get it done, but it will get done tonight. I should just cook some food now. Maybe nobody will come in. But I like company, especially since I'm being sort of isolated by the people that think that I'm wrong. Pretty soon they're going to realize that they need to smarten up and care more. Man, wow. This is actually a lot of work. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's the word on the street?
It's the word on the street. There's also talking on the phone in the background. I don't know if you can hear that.
A little bit.
But can you hear me over it, or is it annoying for the disturbing?
Yeah, it sounds like he's talking to me a little bit. Aren't you listening to him?
No, he's trying to send a voice to text message.
Oh, okay.
Or like a voice message. He's trying to sort out like the family babysitting arrangements.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. I am in the middle of a really intense response that I'm wondering why the heck I'm even putting this much time into it, but this guy's like a super, yeah, he's a super genius, and I think he could break through, so that was a nice little surprise. So I'm just wrapping this up, um, and yeah, it's like I had an explosion of like really high IQ people like join my Facebook, and for some reason Facebook is sending them to me again, and I've been challenging them all really quickly when I went on this AI blitz, right? Just putting the proof of truth and the AI proposal in all these people's feeds and their comments, and like, yeah, that's a very interesting problem about AI, yeah, but we need to do this, like, and here's one of the ones that addressed me, and he could actually keep up with the universal logic, like you could keep up with the speculative dynamics. He's got it backwards, but he can at least comprehend it. Um, so yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Sounds like you guys are. Yeah, what are you guys doing?
Just settling in for the night. I was just kind of coming in to see if there's anything to talk about, especially universal logic wise. I didn't even ask her if he wanted to talk to Mark or anything at all. You want to? I'm talking to Lee. What Lee? Oh, okay. Let me send it to you.
Send what?
He's Dre's joining on his phone. Hold on.
Oh, he's jumping in here too.
Okay.
Okay.
But can you hear the TV in the background?
Not really, no.
Not really, no. Okay. He said not really, no.
No, I can hear you clearly. Yeah. What's that? Oh, I can kind of hear it now. I thought I thought that was you guys talking. Yeah, well, I'm a wide open book, so whatever you guys want to know, whatever I could do to inspire you to get your butts in gear.
He said what? What? Butts in gear?
Well, I'll answer any of your questions if I can help get your butts in gear.
Where? Oh yeah. He's about to pop in, so
Okay.
1 second. But my phone might also, or I need to plug it in. But it's on 11%. But
Okay.
he's about to get it on. 1 sec.
Okay.
Good night, plug in my phone.
Take your time. I'm just putting a couple little touches on this document. Oh my gosh. Let me go out here actually. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh man. This guy's intense. Mm-mm-mm. We're talking about being in presence. Hardcore. This guy's hardcore. Yeah, when you get set up there, just let me know. In fact, I should probably clip something while I'm chatting with you guys.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Plugging in my phone. I'm trying to download Google Meet before I can stuck in. But
Yeah.
you said you might, you'll most likely be more listening, rather than speaking as much, most likely. But,
Okay.
I'm curious if we could do something like solving the Megacrisis / Megacrisis /
Well, it's just.
dialectics teaching oriented first grade. What's
Oh.
up then?
Why don't we get serious? Because we don't have time for abstract conversation, right? Let's get into the nuclear dialectics of why you can't join something like this and how we can help get into it. And let's get nuclear. And
The thing is, it might not be sensitive so much, might just be listening, but it's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. He's like, wait, what do you want to talk about?
we're gonna get nuclear.
Nuclear dialectics.
Put on your radiation suit.
Essentially, that you don't want to face, you're afraid of facing, and everyone has them. Yeah.
Yeah, just some light conversation. Like the world's ending right now. It's like we don't got a lot of time to waste, right? But I always like talking about universal logic, as you know. So if I can feed two birds with one stone, that's my goal. So if he wants to jump in here, he's more than welcome.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. But,
Okay.
yeah, Dre just mentioned too, like, he was asking if logic, nature, spirit is part of the nuclear dialectics
Oh.
and all that.
Yeah, he did choose a strap. We could start that angle. But I was going to talk more about stability and like practically helping us change the world without his life falling apart, and really helping us save his kids, my niece and nephews, all of us, from what looks like virtually a certain death, or a very horrible, tragic experience for humanity. But on the other side of that is heaven. It just looks like we haven't behaved ourselves. We haven't done the work to actualize that. We are in a very terrible, evil type of configuration. So it's a bad situation, and I want to start getting real. I want to start sharing.
Can you clarify what you mean by the bad situation?
Called the Megacrisis, right? I don't know if you've explained. Have you explained the core to him?
I have not.
Oh.
That's a good place to go.
Well, I mean, you know how to say it in a minute and 30 seconds. Try and go through it, and kind of slow enough for him to understand it, and then like whatever sticks in his mind will just like unpack. But yeah, I do want to address the mayor crisis, and I think the best way to articulate it is how we are in the meetings, is just saying the actual core. So give her, and I'll start cooking a little bit here.
Wait, give us 1 second. Hold on, because he wanted to tap in on his own. Give me 1 second.
Sure. I'm extremely. This is really starting to get ridiculous. How long is this taking me? I thought it could get done quickly, but okay. I'm actually becoming quite distracted by this. I have like another hour to pull this off, so um, okay. Oh, I guess I have an artichoke there. I'm running low. Running very, very low on everything. Oh boy. Okay, we're making progress. If you can hear me, we're making some progress here. Oh, I'm gonna end up eating rice. That's not good, but that's what you get. Oh wow, cucumbers really not doing well. It's not too hot. Really not too hot. I'm gonna have to peel it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Mm. I'm gonna use my churros. Right, alright, so that looks good. Oh, I want to. Ah, man, I'm breaking. I don't want to have my rice. That's in the middle of that. Oh, wow. What? Okay, well. We're having this. I used a little trick here of a little trick I had from Morocco. I use a little bit of uh, flour to improve the texture and make it a little more meaty. Not only meaty, a little bit more thick. Okay, that's good. Oh, darn it. Oh, hopefully that tastes alright. I think that smells pretty okay. Um, and a little bit of Chevy. Mmm, delish. Mmm. Ah, I missed a lot of things here. Well, the churros didn't last very long. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I can feel myself mentally preparing. Good enough. All right, we got our fats in here: coconut oils, olive oil. All right, here we go. Oh dear.
How are you?
Oh well, it was a strange day, but feeling all right. You? Maybe I should turn down my music.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got my music playing. That was an interesting day, I guess. Had a couple of new ideas, a little bit of a breakthrough. What about you?
Not as productive as I would like, but had a good conversation with Jordan. At the conference, and I'm excited about that. So, um, yeah, it's venues obviously can be very expensive, but it seems like one place able to accommodate. Such promise. So we'll see what we can do.
Like you're just doing this on your own, right? Like you're not doing this for work or part of the military or anything.
No, not part of the military. So, it is basically being done through Stoic Group here in Philadelphia. So, and you know, 4 of us actually, but that are actually working on it. So, or will be working on it. So that's, and hopefully we're going to get volunteers as well. So, but again, I mean, it's the goal of kind of bringing people together that actually have legal scholars and technologists, and trying to spur additional conversation. And that can actually do some. I think that this is an opportunity to enable change.
What is your goal?
Especially considering the fact that his focus
No, what?
is going to be on, where we've been, where we are now, where we want to go, and it's all focused on internet ethics and how we interact with one another. So it's not a typical conference in that regard. It being in Philadelphia for the 250th, that's another advantage. But I still need to find a venue, and I need to find it fast. If I don't find a venue fast, then I'm kind of screwed.
When is it supposed to be?
Well, what's your focus now?
When are you going to do the conference with these guys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I said when are you going to have the conference with these guys?
Sorry. So be completely sorry about that. Yeah.
When are you guys going to have the conference?
It's in October. So. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't know if you heard me, but it's essentially an opportunity to kind of, we're focused on ethics, and it's where we are, where we've been, where
No, I heard you, I got you.
Okay.
But I was asking when it was because the irony here is it ethical to host a conference that can't do anything about the imminent crisis we all face, but might actually distract from it. Is that a virtuous act, or is that not a virtuous act?
Well, it depends. I mean, let's consider the fact that AI is going to have access to our entire lives, and people aren't considering the ramifications and aren't even aware. And that this could actually not only make people aware, but it also can introduce ideas that actually get put into production. So I think that that's virtuous, especially considering it's not focused on technology or making money. So it's focused on actually the ethics of it. So from that perspective, I find it to be an effective approach.
Do your AI buddies know like that our chances of dying from AI are very high very soon?
Well, I mean, I think everybody has concerns. I think that there are varying degrees. Again, as far as the military is concerned, I think if you're not concerned, you're crazy. But you have to make people aware.
Okay, well,
I mean, part of it you're talking about.
yeah, I think we're already working. Like, we need to be doing the core. That's it. That's like what we should all be gunning for. Is running, full tilt in this direction, right away. And if there's a better direction.
I don't think it is a better direction. I just think it's part of it. I don't think it's an either or proposition. I think that that's.
Well, it's kind of like this, right? If you're in a house and the house is on fire, right? And somebody's out there watching this house, and somebody's out, they're like, "Oh, I need to go walk my dog." You could say, well, it's not an either or, it's not the burning house or the dog, it can be both. You can walk the dog and do the burning house. And we're thinking, well, no, actually, we need all hands on deck with the burning house. The dog can like wait an hour to go walk. It's not going to kill the dog to wait another hour.
Yeah, I don't see that. I think that analogy is not necessarily very good, primarily because it's not walk a dog. It's everybody's working to put the fire out. Some people are holding the hose. Some people are going in.
Yeah, but that's all centered around the house, though. That's what I'm talking about. That's the right way.
It's integrated effort. That's all.
Around one common cause, though, one core initiative. It's not like you're doing a fire hose. Like, it's not like everybody's holding the dog leash and walking the dog. It's like.
No, that's but I think you missed my point.
No, I got your point. I'm saying I think you missed my point, right? Your point is everybody's got to work together, having different functions and roles to address this mega crisis. And I'm saying, yeah, okay, but there's a hose. A hose is long, and many people can touch the hose, right, and work together. I'm saying a leash is kind of like a hose too, an absurd one where everybody could hold the leash like they're holding the hose, but everybody's holding the hose together because it's a true emergency. But not everybody's holding the dog leash because it's foolish. It's not an emergency, and you don't need multiple people to hold a dog leash, because a dog leash doesn't require needing many people to hold it because it's not heavy.
Yeah, I guess that's true. If you're looking at it from a dog leash perspective, but I mean, I look at the progress in that perspective that you know, you talk about kind of reaching these individuals. This is a way of actually immediately getting their attention. So
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty important. I don't think it's just, you know, something where you walk in and do it. Um, you have to at least connect with them. Uh, you know, same thing with even going vegan. I mean, you have to connect with people, and
You don't think that these high level people are freaked out enough, like so freaked out that they're not ready to take massive action?
I do, but I don't think that they're listening to us.
If you have these four other dudes working on this, and it's not just you, and we sat them down and talked to them and said, "Hey, we really need to address AI." Like, you know,
But
I agree.
This is addressing it.
I know, I know,
This is actually getting people involved.
but I mean,
Making connections with that.
I know, but I'm thinking like, how do we make it so that, uh, how do we make it so that when they come, it's not just gonna be another fragmented cooperation. Like I've been to these conferences before. It's like, oh, you get a couple of contacts, and then over couple of months, you might have an idea, and it's like, what if they came and we already had all of their ideas threaded into a mega model where everybody's in their proper moment, in their proper place, doing what they love in flow state with 10 times more resources than they thought they were going to get when they came in, and it's an offer they can't refuse. It's so good. It's so well thought.
Yeah,
it's so comprehensive.
I could see that, but the problem is that I'm missing the part where we have those resources. And
Well-
it doesn't matter if you have the best idea in the world, no one's going to listen.
Unless you make it look like it's their idea.
Well, of course you would. I mean, but that's common sense. But you still need to get their attention. I mean, you can give them the idea and then let them present on it. I mean,
Well, that's the thing is, if we're going to do like this is probably the last conference we'll ever do. Like this could be the last thing we ever do, Joe. Do you want to die with the last thing you do doing a conference, or do you want to do it like spending time with your friends and family?
no, of course not. No, I don't think so.
So then why don't we make this conference like the best? It's like a Live 8 conference. Like, you know, that's what, when I was listening to Bob Geldof when he was trying to organize Live 8, it was a big initiative.
Sure.
But it all kind of snapped together like in the last moment. Like they had stages all over the world booked and all this. That stuff they had ahead of time. But like getting people confirmed and like
Yeah, but you're talking about the second Live Aid, not the original, and there was an original where they actually coordinated too. And so, and that was back in the 80s.
no, that's what I'm talking about, was one in the 80s.
Oh, you're talking about the one in Philadelphia, and there was another parts of the world for Ethiopia?
It's the one that Queen went to before Freddie Mercury died. It was in the 80s because he died in the 90s, didn't he?
That I don't know.
He didn't make it to the second Live Aid.
So,
Yeah,
because I remember the first one very distinctly.
Well, if you're serious though, if these four guys are like your hardcore like stoic dudes, that you said that you like, you know, give your life for them basically, you know, we could pull it like with a connection like that. You can do some miraculous things, and it will fall together very quickly. Like especially if we start getting 36, you know, if we get the godly level ELMs going, and we solve these last Yo, you weren't here this morning. Oh yeah, you were actually.
No, I was here.
You were. So
I was here with
like there's
it was fun and as well as
Rimshot and
Marlene. No, actually I was there from what would be my 9 to 10. There's 7 to 8.
yeah, and then we stayed back and talked a little bit more. But I think like it's really interesting timing. Like it's kind of bizarre that you're going to do a conference right before we need to do this huge initiative. I think we
Yeah,
should.
I guess I'm a little bit. I'm just puzzled that we can't get people to show up for our meetings, and that we need to get more money in order to do that. I think
Well,
it's important to find resources around.
well, that's so. I think that. Hold on a second. Oh, geez. Okay, there we go. I think it'll kind of start a little bit slow, but if we do the flock strategy with your 4 dudes, you, and the 36 people that we can get into the meeting quickly, right? Like today, we did get a $540 donation today from this really awesome guy who's been watching me. Like he's like the only one of like 3 people watching my YouTube channel. Who would have thought my YouTube channel that's being shadow banned would be the one, like the thing that would get us like the next sponsor, you know?
Well, you would hope it would.
So yeah, I guess it worked. Well, I'm being shadow banned, right? Like I already went viral like 3 times, and they're just blocking me every time. So I'm just doing it as an accountability record. So that if we do like blow up and it gets big, and people are like, there's no way this guy went, 200 days on these hunger strikes, and yeah, he had a couple of longer periods to eat and whatever, but it's still a lot of days of hunger. That they're gonna believe it, they're gonna see it. They're like, wow, it actually is real. I guess these long periods where I'm eating don't look so good, but in the beginning it was freaking hard. But I think if we do a good enough job designing this, it'll scale quickly. Like think about it. Just you only need.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you that it could scale quickly. It's possible.
Like this is the thing, right? As if we got each person that's attending to get 6 other people to come, right? If we can still get 264 million people in 28 days without contacting more than like 1 person per day.
Sure. I mean, it's possible. It hasn't happened with anyone yet.
Well, I know, but that's because nobody's been panicking until now. And we also have a good scale-up model. So if we made the conference like as good as these ELMs, basically, like you have to have like 4 basic energies always satisfied at all times. So you have to have clear itinerary for people who like to get stuff done. And
that part. We're in agreement on that, on how the ELMs need to transfer over to real meetings and how those meetings are actually going to function.
well, they can sublate. They can be physical and digital. But
yeah, exactly. But I'm not like I see the whole reason for the meetings, right? But it's pretty clear, and it's pretty obvious. So like how you would structure something that you can have a conversation and make sure that your narrative is being communicated as effectively as possible, and that everybody's kind of protected. So that's pretty straightforward. I don't think that that's an issue. I think the issue is we need to get people to listen. And I mean, and if none of us can do that, then that's why that doesn't cost money. So
let me paint a picture though, because I agree. I think with this $500, if you want to match it once you get settled or whatever, $500. If we paid everybody $2 an hour, would get us. If you paid 36 people $2 an hour, then that means each meeting is $64. If they do all the flow rolls, if they don't do all the flow rolls, it'd be less. It could be somewhere between 12 and 36.
I would look at it as trying to get people to scale up.
I know, but let me finish my thought. I'm saying that even if we have to pay people, it's only $64 for 36 people. And if we can get people to come and volunteer, like Usman and I, right? then we can get 36 volunteers. If we got 36 people sort of trained up on this, and we said everybody recruit one person of your 6 to 9 people, right? That's like 90. We go from 36 to 92 or 72 people very quickly. And then if we say, okay, everybody bring on another person, including the new people, right? Then we have 72 people times 2, which would be already over 100 people, 144 people.
Yeah, I can see the clear path.
So that's just what I'm going to do.
We've talked about that.
I know. I know. I'm just saying that's what we're going to do. But now with you and your 4 friends, I think this is a potentially godly thing, because I didn't think for a second that you had anybody helping you do this conference, and then for you to say 4 people.
Well, I mean, they're not helping me yet. So
Okay.
It's but they're helping. They're providing feedback as to regarding the topics, the actual point of the objective of the conference is. I mean, they're providing a lot of strategic input. Whether they're going to use the extra time that they have with our group, I don't know. Possible.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's going to multiply. So, I mean, multiplication is not just about numbers, it's about obviously quality.
Well, this is what it's telling me, is that these 4 dudes are we're going to be able to convince these 4 dudes, and these 4 dudes probably have really intense Pareto categories, or know somebody very, very quickly, because anybody who's in stoicism that can handle it in like 2026, they're unusual people, especially if they're traveling around the world for these things.
They're not.
I think that if you got the Rosicrucians too, or the Freemasons, aware, and they have tons of cash, those guys. I don't really like some of their dark rituals, but we can keep that at bay. But if we got these 4 guys to understand the core and the ELMs, and then we basically had one massive ELM, because like I've been training.
I
Go
will say
ahead.
this. I don't know anything about, but I don't. There are a lot of lodges in Freemasonry that are struggling.
Well, even more reason to like get them going on this. Channel all the remaining resources into this. And if you got these 4 guys trained up and had a host a really good conference that's complete, right? There's something for everyone, not in an abstract way, but in a sublated way. Then
Well, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up to them, and we'll see where it goes.
yeah, because
So, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's that, but will they fill the roles really well? You have to ask that question. So that's and so because when you go into a real meeting, and you need to be on the same page, and everybody's got to be in rhythm with one another. That is going to take a little bit of time, and I don't know if they would be willing to give that much more time. So therefore, I think it's finding people that are actually not just into one particular philosophy. I think that they have to subscribe to the philosophy that you're putting forward. But again, like it's to have the meeting structured the way you have it, it's clear that that's excellent.
oh great, awesome.
But so I don't know if everybody's going to see it the same way.
Hold on. So I think that what we talked about the other day when you asked me like how is this going to be implemented, and I said we're going to have the wisdom teams, and the wisdom teams are going to have like each one's going to have a meta mode, so that if they like AI and they like art and AI, then you just put them in the art meta mode, right? You translate that wisdom team. We're going to have to do the same thing with all these people across 130. We're going to do the synchronicity document across all 133 ideologies of the last 10,000 years. And you see that I put the 6 human needs in the chat. If we give every single person that comes to this conference those 6 things at a 10 out of 10 level, or even at an 8 out of 10 level, It'll blow their minds. So if we can start designing this meeting, this super ELM now, which we're calling a conference basically, and we structure the marketing to basically sell those
Right. Good.
sell those 6 things to the people and get them to say, hey, basically get them inspired to do the flock strategy and show them like how we can scale to 264 million people and get a ton of money into whatever their dream goals are, right? Their contribution. And we do the rights to flow to help them grow. And we share the Pareto categories to do, the love and connection. And we also feature their work, right? We figure out what are they really good at? Are they an executive? Are they a strategist? Are they a generalist? Are they a specialist? Are they beautiful? Are they high IQ? Whatever their talents are.
Yeah, no, I mean, that part, totally get it. Like, the idea, looking at what their capabilities are and aligning them to a role makes sense. As long as they're, as long as they're buying in, right? So, I agree with you.
Like, what if we?
And so, I'll start talking to people. I've spoken to people about it in the past, clearly.
Okay.
So I've brought people in here. So
In where? In here in this room?
yeah, the Lord alone.
Oh yeah. Ha!
And so,
You're right.
I mean, it's there have been some other people that I've tried to connect with, but
Yeah, the Nicole girl. I wonder if that Nicole girl would be open now.
yeah, I mean, so that's another person, and you mentioned Mark Buckley, so
Oh, I got the message. I gotta tell Mark that I didn't go into the program, into that agricultural program. That's okay. I think I mentioned that this morning, but maybe I'll message him here at the conference and say, hey, we got this conference coming up about sustainability, and have something to like really, get him there. Like Michael Smith, it'd be good to have Michael Smith there. All these guys, and even if they can't come in person, if we make the online experience really, really good,
online is never as good as in person. Never.
yeah, but it's a lot of money that they're spending to come in person. You know what I mean? Like one plane.
Not necessarily for these individuals. And if it's real, then you can try and get somebody to support, because if they have support, then they shouldn't have a problem maybe getting up.
What if we basically plugged everybody in? Okay, if we plugged everybody in to basically start a government, right? And we just made them the world leaders of whatever department. Like Mark Buckley is now the world leader of whatever department he thinks we need to do. It's like, hey, you're gonna lead that, and then we're just gonna start scaling up our flocks with the Pakistanis and the Nepalese, and we're just gonna start putting people into those wisdom teams. But we're gonna train everybody to do the core, the 2 sacred sentences and whatever. But if we have to translate it into their language, we can use AI to translate it into their language. If they're really nuclear and neurotic, but if we pull up a really good conference, then there'll be the halo effect, right? If you
Also,
Huh?
I mean, I do think it'll be good.
okay,
So that part of
we should. The first thing we should probably one of the first things we should try and do is map out the influencer category and figure out how in an ideal world, how would the flocks build out, and how many people would that be, and how many people can we contact within the timeline? Like I'm thinking still, what I think a half a month ago we were talking about this. So in a month and a half, 2 months. Whoa, that's interesting. That's what my intuition is saying we have left before. Like, you know what I said? I said if we just get through the next 2 months. But I wasn't thinking about that in terms of the conference. But I did say 2 months when we were talking about the conference. That's interesting. I think I said it for the same reason. If we just figured out who would be your ideal people to come, Joe, like you're like
well, I mean,
dreams.
look, I'm working on that, and it's in October.
This is gonna be in October.
I told you that. It's October 24th. So it's not 2 months.
Oh my gosh, Joe, we're gonna be dead.
I know.
Here's what I think could happen. We could get so excited. We could get so excited telling these people. Like, I think that these people are high enough that if we show them the core and show how they tie in as essential, there's uncertainty, certainty, all this kind of. If we do all these,
I gotta tell you, Mark, if you can get somebody in here, like you're saying, then I agree with you.
what do you mean, get somebody in where?
Into the meetings, meaning that if you can have some high-level individuals come in here and actually demonstrate how it is to connect with them, I think that would be an amazing thing.
Well, this is what I'm solving next.
I mean, but that's like real leadership, kind of being, everybody has their role and they're being an example of what they do. And connecting could be one thing, but you play all those roles well. So what you could do is bring somebody in there of this caliber that you're talking about, and demonstrate it for like everybody, and then record it, and then put it out there. And then once you put it out there, then it'll just develop like wildfire.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that would be amazing. Then people could just show the video to everyone. Demonstrating how it works.
Yeah.
I think that's really kind of being that example on so many different levels.
Yeah. Well, we gotta get. There's a lot to do. The last thing that needs to be done.
So, yeah, I mean, so I'll keep trying to get people to come in, and tell them about your vision, and let's make it happen.
Yeah, let's make it happen. I feel like these 4 dudes, though, might be all that. I don't know why my intuition is saying that. If you somehow was able to communicate this to
it would be really, it's pretty difficult because, again, if you don't know them, then it's hard unless you have some other source.
Well, I don't have that. You know them better than I do.
Well, then, and that's where I'm saying is that they're involving themselves with the conference.
Mhm.
They're local. But they're maybe not as vested in stoicism as I am. One, no, I shouldn't say that. That's not fair. It's definitely not fair. So maybe they'll help, maybe it'll be someone else. But I don't know. It's since your intuition is telling you, I think that's maybe an emotional response.
But what?
It's your intuition's telling you about these 4 guys. I don't think it's necessarily as simple as that. But I think if you put together a video, somebody really high level, and give it to me and I can show it, well, be like, this is what you're headed towards. I think it would take off.
Yeah. I think it would too.
That doesn't cost anything.
So I got a map. There's in order to get to that point though, like here's what I'm thinking is going to happen. You're going to be shooting for October. We're going to be building these flock strategies out, right? With these meetings, these 36 people. I'm aiming for godly level meetings. I think we've already seen what the problem is with the ultra meetings. So I'm thinking that we have to get the spirit license and the pay. Like if we do have to pay people, it's got to be pretty clear. But then on my LinkedIn, I have 35 people I forgot to message. I ran a free advertisement and they all messaged me. I didn't get a chance to message them. And I was for volunteer. It was a volunteer position. So if I run another ad and this time I don't wait, I just contact them as soon as they come in, and we got 1 or 2 people, and I just keep running these ads. And Uspin also can get probably 30 people. He's gonna try and run some volunteer ads.
Yeah,
and if you want to run volunteer ads,
I think instead of talking about it, that it needs to be done.
but yeah, I was gonna try and do it today, but I got into this conversation with a super high IQ guy, and I'm showing him. I don't know. My intuition is saying for some reason I'm spending time on this guy, and we're having a pretty intense conversation about universal logic. But he's at a high enough level that he could actually break through. And he's got his own website, and he has these challenges, these logical challenges, and I'm like, wow, this is like really synchronistic. But he's a part of
like Yasuhiko in that regard.
yeah. So he's a part of that network, the super high level network. And I think if I can prove it to this guy, he might be able to go to this hardcore network and get the Meta Modern and Daniel Smachtenbergers and those guys. Actually, yeah.
And Meta Modern guys are really good.
Yeah, maybe. So I feel.
I think that's a great approach.
Yeah, I think. Well, we'll see what the flocks do. Really, if we stick to the flocks, that's how it's going to grow quickly. But here, I want to make sure that the payment is clear, but also get the Pareto categories and the sharing of to the life areas done, and saying, okay, what can we all give, and like try and really map out I know I tried to do this 3 or 4 times, but now I actually feel like we got enough in place where we can actually do it now. Like we got enough people in the meeting to do it.
Again, Mark, I really think just being an example of actually what it means to do some things that you're talking about, since you really got that, you've got it all mastered and came up with it. I think really, I mean, that is it. I mean, personally, I think kind of put the action aside. It shouldn't be just theoretical.
Why the push too theoretical?
No, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So, and I think that's fine. And, getting someone in here that's like, I don't know, that's like level of like kind of like Dennis or somebody like that. I think that would be like a huge multiplier, and I think it would happen over time. So it never would be just like kind of like talking about it.
What would happen overnight?
I think it would actually have a way if you put together like even 2 videos or 3 with a very high level person showing them how you're going to change their life. That would really kind of, it would be an example for everybody that they could use, a tangible example of that, where you can then go out there and say, look at what this guy did. And in addition to sacrificing himself. So that would be great. I mean, I think that's really being the examples of it. I think practicing with the flow roles and so that when meetings come together, that people are ready. I think that's probably good too. So I mean, but I really do think that being an example is really beneficial. Just well.
Yeah, I think it's coming together. So getting the resource base set out, getting the agreement structure set out, getting not just those videos, but getting the 150 tutorial videos done too.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
I think that's helpful. I think it's true. But again, I think it's just kind of, hey, look what I did, and I think that would actually really inspire a lot, including blogs. So,
And I'm looking at your
But-
book. Mhm.
but I do agree with you. Meetings are important to practice because when chaos sets in, you're in meetings, and you need to know what everybody's role is, how they're going to play, and how much time someone should speak, and how much time someone else should put in. All important stuff.
And we would have like a master timer across the whole conference over days, and we could have like a little game where if you burn all your time, there'd be like a jubilee each night where like it would reset or something. There's a lot of cool things that could be done with this.
Well, I mean, it's going to be, there'll be a timer.
Well, we could have an app. If we could build this platform, we could have it on people's phones, like a conference app, and then they would have like their flow timers on their like account.
There is a conference app actually like that. That basically allows you to kind of follow where everybody should be. That's a long time.
But can you donate your time in the app to other people?
Oh no, I mean it depends on how interactive.
Oh, super! It's going to be like a big ELM. Like even when they're not in a meeting, they don't. Even when they're walking between sessions, that's technically part of the ELM. It'll just be continuous. It'll be like a merging of the
Yeah, I
different
think that's really important how to give these guys the idea and then let them to, present it to millions of people. And, you give them exactly what you're saying. What you could do is bring them in and, teach them everything you know. And you just have to do this with one or two guys. And then have them go out and present on everything that you told them. And so that they then can just have that godly approach of putting out the idea, warning people, this is where we are. I mean, I think again that doesn't put it all on you, but it gives you an opportunity to be that example that's going to inspire them to do potentially billions.
This is going to be like a Live Aid. I actually just realized that I think we're going to pull off the Live Aid concert that's going to literally reach billions of people. Like it's the third one. Oh, it's the sublation of the first two. We can get Bono before he died. We could get for the art meta mode, right? For the art meta mode, that's what the first Live Aids are. But why don't we do a Live Aid for not just art, but also religion and philosophy and science?
Well, yeah, but that's all, again, we got to prioritize AI, right? So.
But here's where I agree with you. It's like, as long as we're focused on one core, right? It pulls in more people. It's just like we don't want to pull in a bunch of people and then have them doing totally different things. Like let's say we're going to do dog walking and all this kind of stuff at the house that's on fire. Well, when the people who are coming, they come to us to walk their dogs, they're going to look like, oh my God, the house is on fire. We're like, yeah, do you want to help? They're like, yeah, we do. And they'll tie their dog to the I don't know, fire I don't know, hose or to a tree nearby where they're safe. And that's like where we can get a lot of people realizing that when they see the house on fire, they're going to be like, oh my God, that's a priority. We're like, yeah, do you want to help? Like, that's kind of what.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fantastic idea. And I think that it starts with the guy that's first telling everybody that here's the fire. This is what you need to do.
Yeah, that's probably what's called.
So since that's kind of your role.
Well, here's where I think it's beautiful is I think that you're maybe starting to get real. And if you're willing to do Messiah level work, I'll vouch for you to be like that. And then it'll be two of us. You'll be the conference organizer, or you'll be I don't know, whatever role you want to play. But you'd be the main guy for the conference, and then I'd be the main guy for the government, like the inner government, right?
Sure.
And then between the two,
however, yeah, I mean, if you and I think that it could be. It's not an either or. Yeah, these conferences are just the particular, right? demonstrate the universal and how like everything's going to work, and then we use the particulars to multiply, and so the complicated is just one step in that process. And again, yeah, you're doing this like kind of messiah level work. It would really be. I mean, but this the problem is that we haven't been doing this yet at all.
What do you mean?
Oh, we haven't really gotten that anybody to listen to.
Well, if I really want to get, we're doing some hard work here, Joe. We could make the meetings a lot easier, and a lot of more people will come. But I don't want to settle because I know what's coming. If we get a chance for critical mass, we have to.
No, I wasn't. I didn't mean to imply you weren't doing hard work.
Well,
Although I do think that some of the CRISPR stuff were set up a lab. I don't know if that was sufficient. But but in any case, yeah, I think yeah, you bring in and show people how it works, and then I'll host a conference about it.
Okay, and I feel like if we do pull off the ultra, and we do pull off the godly, and we pull up a spirit, and we pull off an absolute meeting,
man, you're going down the same path. I think it's just time to kind of to show it everybody. Right? We've gotten you in the magazines already. So you're already in magazines.
Well, we need to get you in a magazine. Actually, I have a $200 advertisement I forgot to spend where we could put something out.
Yeah, I mean, so you're in magazines.
About
you're
you
online.
too.
So it's just now to kind of, start to put that to work with, somebody that's, of real substance, and get them to, do a video or stream, whatever. But I mean, I like this idea. Yeah, I'll focus on the particular.
Well, no, the conference
Bottom up.
the conference is the universal. Huh?
I think it's yeah, you're right. It's bottom up, top down, right? So you're doing the government, right? I'll do the conference.
Well, no, the conference is top down, right? Because
I thought the conference was bottom up because it was like you have the government.
well, this would be a conference in the government,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
It's like the United Nations, right? The United Nations is holding a big summit.
It's like their September conference. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a particular. That's not their universals.
Well,
Universals govern it. Yeah, sure.
well, that's what I mean. Is I want to get more people trained up so that we can start building out the actual meritocracy, the universal meritocracy, and saying, did you pass the wisdom quiz? Did you read the Hegel? Can you sublate these nuclear dialectics? Are you eating vegan? Are you trying to go vegan anyway? Like all the crises, we have to demonstrate that we're doing the work as best as we can anyway.
But remember, because if we're dead in 2 months, it's really not going to matter.
Well, I mean,
So,
we won't be physically
I
dead. The chance to make a change will be over. We'll miss the invisible deadline.
I think it's really. I mean, I feel your urgency. I feel your urgency. So, I appreciate your leading, and
Are you trying to stroke my ego, Joe?
No, not really. No.
You're trying to make it sound like I'm going to be I want you to do the hard work, Joe, but I'm not going to suck up to
I'm
somebody.
there. Look, put it this way. I'll do the hard work.
Well, I want us to both do the hard work, right?
I mean, I'll do the hard work and I'll get there. It's just
Are you all in? Are you going to go all in this?
the market.
You're already are you really like all in?
I'm
What does that mean to you? Because we're thinking two different things about what all in means.
dedicated my life to actually help.
Yeah, like I mean, a lot of people do that and they stay pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know what your definition of comfortable is. I mean, you're treating it like some kind of universal.
Well, I mean, hunger strikes to the death, like going massive live aid, like spending everything we got, making a last dash calling everybody we know, like all our life areas, getting all and like everything mobilized, as if this
Yeah.
was our last chance to live.
Right. Yeah.
Really?
I,
Well, so well, what?
yeah. Right.
Well,
You're
Joe, okay, that's great because if you're gonna go that level, now that's inspiring. You can. That's what moves people. If you
yeah,
go,
I agree, man. But you gotta get that one person that you were talking about.
well, if you say you're going all in, Joe, if you say you're going all in, I can go to other people.
No, I know. But I'm thinking, like, you've been all in, right?
Yeah.
You said yourself, you dedicated more hours to this than anybody else. And so, you gotta get that one individual that's gonna be that multiplier.
Maybe that's you.
Reading those too. I don't know. It'll work. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Well, here, if you're going all in, right, and we map out what does that mean in terms of all your life areas, and what's the other one? Life areas and Pareto categories, right? Other people will be like, are you serious? He's gonna do that? He's gonna give everything, or close to it, enough to stay afloat? And I'm like, yeah. Then they're gonna be like, huh? Prove it. Like they won't believe it, and then we'll prove it somehow. And then they're like, okay, if you're gonna do that, I'll chip in maybe $5,000, maybe $10,000. And if you go to your buddies,
Yeah. If you had to pinpoint one reason, why hasn't that happened?
because I don't think people think the crisis was fully real until it feels like this. It feels like within this last, I don't know, for some reason, Davos feels like a turning point that the world is watching.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, you have people, like, all kinds of people. You know, Yuval Harari gave this speech there years ago. I mean, Elon's been saying that it's like summoning a demon with AI. And that was maybe 10 years ago. I mean, you've had people, you know, that are on the edge, like you said, experts that work on this are really, really nervous, and that they've been, you know, kind of all in. So I don't know if it's changed that. I don't think too much has changed. I think that what is happening is what they're saying is coming to fruition. And yeah, maybe it is like somebody like yourself who kind of. But I think it's hard to, like, if you had to pick as the one reason as to why people aren't showing up or haven't.
Okay, I've been in this position like 12 times before. Do you know what usually happens when somebody asks that question, Joe?
Yeah.
They usually say that your leadership is wrong, Mark. I think you're the problem.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that.
You don't think you're not saying that for that reason?
No, I'm saying what is the main reason you don't think that that's really kind of broken through yet? It's not the place blame on them. There could be 100. See, when circumstances, this is why sometimes people that are successful and they don't necessarily look at themselves as the right place or right time. They actually believed that it was all them, and that that somehow it wasn't that. They mustered it all on their own, and so it very well could be that circumstances just didn't permit for you to maybe get that break, right? So I'm not saying that it's you. I'm saying it could be a situation. And I'm saying, what is that maybe that situation? What is it that you haven't been in the position where you could make that connection? What has prevented that? I know that you said some things that as to some things with back and forth with professors and things like that. But if there's that, I don't know. I think it would be a complete misunderstanding if you think that I was saying that it was you. I'm saying, why has the circumstances presented this? If you had to pick a reason, what would that be?
It would be double binds, right? It's uncompromising, the mission, and not having the resources to overcome the double binds, to use sensuous means to overcome the super sensuous lack of knowledge. So, right now I'm on the edge of the social network. Like I'm at the point where Jesus Christ was, or Buddha when he left the castle. Jesus Christ when he was like first declaring he was the Messiah, and his parents were like, "Oh, he's lost his mind." Same with Prophet Muhammad when he came out of that cave, right? When he got the revelation, he went to his
Yeah,
wife.
I mean, I've always, I told you what I thought about that, right? That it was really um, the timeline that they worked on is not one that we want to be on.
Well, we have a huge advantage, right? But I'm at the point right now with this movement that nobody is ready until like it feels like we're getting into the stage where we're getting ready. Like it feels like it's getting better. When we were trying to go for this, when we were trying to prepare for the September United Nations summit, not this year but last year I think it was, or was it this year? I felt like maybe somebody at the United Nations will.
A few years ago, or last previous.
Yeah, it wasn't this September. It was the one before. I felt like there could be somebody that could see this and pull this off because we're kind of working at the higher levels, and we had Heidi Little. I was still in good terms with One World and John Raymer and all those guys, and they were talking to Jacob Collier. All it takes is for one of those guys at that level to say something, and then big things happen. So I was like, okay, we're gonna try and do this without the flock strategy, basically, or try and get them to try and start it. But it still, for me, felt like it's not real enough to the public. Like the middle class person is still having their barbecues in the summer, trying to make friends and be popular and be socially acceptable because that's how the middle class survives. And I thought to myself, it's not real to them yet. It's not impacting them. But now it is, right? That changed because now who's losing all the jobs? Well, technically everybody, but especially the upper middle class. And now the lower class are watching these robots drive trucks and do all these things that they're doing, and they're thinking, "Oh my gosh!" Like they know how ruthless those companies are. Like, yeah, if a company can replace you with a robot, those trucking companies or those oil companies, they will. So I think now is the right time. I think the double bind is opening.
Well, I mean, we'll see. But I do agree with you. We need to keep practicing flow rules. We need to keep up with the 2 sentences.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna get serious, then learn the core.
I mean, I think that those are important. And then we'll see where we go from there. I mean, because it's I think if people actually, it was interesting. Yeah, there's an element of excellence that you were talking about, and what is excellence? It's like this. It's kind of your character. So, I mean, when, I think people, they see the way you behave, like, I think you're going to see a good response. Right? So anyway.
Yeah, well,
I'll leave it there because I actually got to get to bed. I unfortunately am going in tomorrow based off of the fact that apparently my work feels that the roads are, completely okay. But
oh my gosh, Joe, I feel like you should stay home. Just wait till the road's clear, because if you get into another.
Bad, but the problem is logistically, it's like there's not a lot of places to park because there wasn't a lot of places to put the snow, and that's just one aspect of it. And so it's like kind of not necessarily efficient to bring everybody in. The ice is not that bad. But people in the city in particular, which is where a lot of our activities are plowed in.
Wow, you got. I'm just thinking But Marlena showed me for the snow. I'm like, oh, you guys got a light little dusting of like a
Yeah,
couple
well,
of inches, right? But over here we get like feet of snow. It's it's kind of
no, I mean, if you go to Buffalo, they know how to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
But for us, it's like, if it rains, we're in trouble.
Okay, yeah, I know. And it's very busy there in those bigger cities. It's different. But here,
The roads aren't structured for modern day traffic, quite honest. No, it's not, the city is not that bad, but suburbs are.
okay. Well, my intuition says that we need you, Julie. I don't know. I just feel like Marlena's boyfriend just got into an accident here. If you get into
What?
another car accident, well, he got
When?
I think it was yesterday. He tried to go to work yesterday, and he got into crashed his car and squashed it or something. They were actually in here tonight, and they wanted to have a big conversation, or wanted to have a conversation. And I said, well, yeah, exactly. But they
He
came in.
sounds like a good guy.
Well, everybody's a good guy when you see the spirit in them. But I've worked out around enough gangsters that he has to choose to be real, and that's what happened tonight. I challenged him. I said, okay, we're gonna get real here, and they found a socially acceptable, plausible, deniable excuse to go. And I said, he's not ready. He's not choosing it, Marlena. And there are some signals where it's kind of like, he's probably desperate and he's using her, but he has no other choice, right? Like when you're in the gangster life, it's so
You
bad.
don't be smart enough to pick up on the fact that he's using her.
Well, the thing is, she's not staying superficial, but like it's in the gray area where they're both very sensitive.
That's a really important thing that I find in general is that, yeah, I mean, people have got to be able to spot that.
Though we can't gossip about, like, we got to say something good about people.
I know, no, I'm not saying,
You know.
I'm not looking at it, saying
Like,
people have got to be able to spot that. Look, she's brilliant. I really like her a lot. She's brilliant. She has a lot of capability, and but if her heart is too big, that that's something where you could help with.
yeah, I don't think she's like, whenever I question her, she always has a nice little hedge. So I don't think she's as naive as she looks. But she
She's
wants
definitely not.
she wants love. Like, we're all in that place. We're in a loneliness epidemic. We're all kind of messed up right now. So I think she's learning a lot about herself, and he's not the worst. Like, he could be, for that kind of lifestyle that he's had. Like, it's pretty impressive he's still alive, actually. So I want to support them, at least to be friends. And I just feel like the fact that I brought it up to her and said, here, let's hope for the best, and we mapped out the best case scenario. And then we said, what's the worst case scenario? And we planned that out. And now she knows. Now her subconscious knows what to look for. And I said, you gotta be careful because this could be priming the space. Start looking for it and then accidentally start creating it. So I said, you don't want to start using the law of attraction in the wrong way. I didn't say it in exactly those words, but basically I was letting her know that I'm not trying to manipulate her to get out of a relationship. Just so we had to have more time with her, right, in the group. So I said, when you're preparing for the worst, you're looking at the worst case scenario, but that might not be the case. But one of the cases she could be using him, right? They're using each other in a way because it's working out in a very desperate circumstance. So they're both getting something out of it. But I said, set a boundary and don't go too far into that world until you have really candid conversations about what's happening. And so now I feel like she's aware. But I already gave her my intuition, which is take a 3-month break from all the intimacy, be friends, but don't cross the line of intimacy for like 3 months. Like, let the hormones settle. And after 3 months, if the hormones are still there and everything feels right, and he didn't move on from you in 3 months, then you might have something stable.
Sure.
But it sounds like it sounds like a little bit like a twin flame situation.
But it's been going on for a while. I mean, as long as he's not using.
And it doesn't sound like it. It just sounds like it's a trauma response, which she's being careful around. I just think that there's something really unique in him that I recognize too. And I think that she wants to. I think he confessed something very, very real, and it's hard to fake that. So I feel like there's something unique there. So I just said set a boundary and see if you. I said one of the boundaries is bring him in here if he's serious about helping save the world. Get him to talk with us, and if he's willing to do the hard work and ask the hard questions and have more patience and all that kind of stuff, then maybe he is choosing this. Maybe he is, you know. We talked about racism and a whole bunch of stuff. Like, well, how would you feel if you were a black individual with a white individual? You know, all this historical stuff. You know, we talked quite a bit. Like, I think we talked for like 3 or 4 hours one day about it, and like covered everything, like plot in all directions, like literally. So I feel like she knows a lot of options she might not have said before, but she honestly did consider a lot of them already. And I'm like, okay, well, that makes me feel a little reassured, but we'll see what happens to them. But it seems like she's trying to get him in here, and yeah.
Cool.
We're not going to abandon anybody, right? But there's one more thing, Joe, before you go. If you could give me some numbers, some statistics on what does all in mean, I can go and leverage that with other people and say, hey, look, will you match Joe here? Will you put this much time in here? Will you get trained here? You know, will you do the core
Sure,
here?
I'll be working on it all day.
Okay.
I'll be trying to meet people.
Okay.
Trying to connect people 24/7.
Well, are you being facetious?
No.
It feels like you've had a real change of mood. Are you okay?
Why would it?
I don't know. You sound really happy and ambitious. Like you sound a little more happy today.
No, I mean it's no. I mean, I don't even think it. Well, I'm not.
Really? No. You sound like you're.
I mean, I feel somewhat normal, tired.
I feel like you're excited for the conference, maybe, or something. I sense that. It's either sarcasm or you're actually genuinely excited.
No.
And I feel like you are
it
genuinely
really
excited.
is where I'm going to be out there trying to meet people
Okay.
and really connect with them to get them to show up.
Okay.
Instead of
Do you want
talking-
to? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Instead of talking about them showing up.
Getting them. Well, if you want to help us do the LinkedIn thing and try and do these volunteer advertisements, it worked really well, even the free version for me. And if you have the premium version, it might work even better. That might be another way to meet people. That's actually really like.
How many credits do you get for the free version?
They don't give me any credit. They just said you can.
Really, they don't give you like 5 or something like that.
Well, on mine, I'm gonna burn them already. But they basically said you can run as many free ads as you want. I was like, really? So I can run another one, and between me, you, Usman, and maybe even if Marlena gets on there, we can start to really send volunteer advertisements out first. And if we get desperate, we can't get anybody, then we can start doing, some paid ones. But yeah.
I think that, marketing is part of it. I really think that it starts with a personal connection. Like, in other words, early on,
Okay.
it's going to take like a personal connection where we really make it happen versus, the advertisement may not have caught on. Like, I don't mean cheap like this, but even, all advertisers still hire someone. Right? It's really important. And in order to, kind of present their approach or product. So, yeah.
I got a good feeling about this. You got a good vibe about you tonight, Joe. I think you're gonna pull off like the world's biggest conference. I don't know. I feel like
I don't know about that.
I think something shifted in you.
I think it's, look, it's one step at a time. I don't want to make the conference more than it is. The bottom line.
I do. I want you to be known as one of the greatest human beings on earth. That's what I want to have happen for you, Joe, because it's honestly rare to have somebody be with me at these stages. Like usually I'm alone.
I mean, look, here's the thing. What I said earlier is anything good that happens to me, I'm not fooling myself to thinking that it's me. It's the circumstances that I'm in.
I think it's character too. Trust me.
I mean,
I
to
think
an
it's
extent, yeah. I mean, yeah, but even that, right? I have a loving family, so that allows me to love. So
Mhm.
I'm not discounting the fact that not everybody has it. So,
You're a good man, Joe. Just admit it. You're a good man. Okay.
I'm really not. I mean, I think that they're, I think I'm just like everybody else.
Takes care of his mom for 10 years. Yeah, not many people would do that one. Just that.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
maybe there's some things that are okay, but that I fell short not to.
You know, I just had a picture of you walking down one of these corridors. I don't know where exactly, in one of these like beautiful conference halls, and you're all decked. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of oh, what's that show? It kind of reminds me of James Bond. I don't even know why.
Let me tell you what. I gotta hit the gym first.
Okay, good.
Anyway, all right.
Physical life, right?
Have a good night.
Okay, see you. Talk to you soon. Huh. What a beautiful soul. I feel lucky. We're getting serious. We're getting serious. My back is still a little sore. So I'm almost done this response to this guy. Oh. He's right though. We do need to focus on AI. Oh. Oh wow. All right, let's get this done tonight. Oh, I gotta restart the stream. All right, we're holding on by a thread, but it's a golden thread. It's a golden thread, you guys. Stick it out with me. Open your heart. Have wise love, not blind love. We'll get through this. Oh. All right, how do I want to start this one off? Oh. All right. Bonjour, welcome to my little YouTube stream. My name is Mark, or Messiah. Yes, I know that's shocking, but you are technically a Messiah too, or a maestro, or a sage, or a luminary. Whether you're atheist or theist, we've solved these contradictions that are ripping our species apart. And we're going to be hosting a very large conference, hopefully, to save the world, about this thing called universal logic. It is a science, it is logical, and human beings can know it. But it's also divine. It's God's being, the structure of truth. But not in the beyond, not in terms of a lordship. Like God is described in two ways, Lord and Spirit. The Lord mode is about being beyond humans in a way that humans can never know. And what you can't see yourself in, what you can't know, generates fear. Because you don't know if it's an enemy, you don't know if their authority will harm you. It's not the same as recognizing yourself in the other. When you recognize yourself in God, or God in you, that's where you have love. And a loving God is what spirit is. So it's a loving connection. And it's not even just an external connection like Protestantism and Christianity or in Islam. It's a oneness. Actually, in Sufism, in Islam, they have the right answer. So there's a oneness with God and there's a separation. They're happening simultaneously in what's called a speculative moment. And I don't mean speculative in terms of gambling and all that kind of stuff. I mean it more like in a Zen Buddhist monk koan. And if you don't know what a koan is, it's what these enlightened monks used to give to new students in the young to be a puzzle that would break them out of their ordinary thinking. It would drive them sort of out of their mind, out of their ordinary linear mind, and into a transcendental, exponential, cosmic giggle kind of mind of wisdom and enlightenment. So speculative thought is where you see opposites happening simultaneously, not in external contradiction or paradox, but in congruence, coincidentium oppositorium, opposites happening in a coinciding way simultaneously. That's how real life works. And we're trying to teach a logic that is full of that, where your connection to the truth is that you're not just one side or the other. It is like a koan where you are simultaneously one with God and then you're external. That means that you have an authority. It means there's an authority and a sacredness and a goodness to you. And we're going to teach that at this conference, just like we're teaching it. Oh, excuse me. Just like we're teaching it in these meetings that we have every day. And the reason why we're doing this is because we're trying to save your life from what's called the Megacrisis. Oh, wow. Interesting. I wonder what I ate that my nose is getting plugged. Anyway, I'm in the middle of writing these pretty intense documents about this universal logic and how to address this mega crisis that is threatening all of our lives. And the way that you can define this crisis, if you yourself are aware of what's going on, or you're growing your awareness, is you can describe it as 6 existential threats happening simultaneously. All right? The first one is the meta-crisis of cultural decline. There's a decline in agency, a decline in meaning, a decline in trust, a decline in coordination, a decline in community spirit and love. And also, on the other side of the mega crisis is the polycrisis, which is artificial intelligence taking over our jobs, but also taking our lives. Very serious, you guys, very serious. This is the last stand of humanity in these next few months. Then we have CRISPR genetic editing, which is also being enhanced by AI. That's like designer babies and curing 75,000 human diseases. There's also World War III, there's climate change, and then there's mental health. So all of these are not separate, they're compounding off of each other, like I've said in other videos, which you can watch. And I'm making 6 divine decrees to solve them. The first divine decree is to find the divinity in you and rise up to your messiahship. Or if you're atheist, rise up to your luminary. The divine decree number 2 is everybody has to align their AI with universal logic. We're building God's government, the ideal wise government, the rational government, to ensure that AI is aligned with goodness as it's going to the singularity. If you have regulators and governments, they also have to regulate and work in that direction. Divine decree number 3 is that everybody who's in a CRISPR lab or owns one has to use CRISPR to heal the sick and the poor, not to enslave them or create mutations. Divine decree number 4 is de-escalating World War III. Divine decree is for all the diplomats in the world to learn universal diplomacy, which is a version of universal logic, and solve 200 contradictions that are fragmenting our species. Then divine decree number 5 is climate change. Go vegan as soon as you can. It's the single simplest, most powerful thing you can do, because agriculture has been shown to affect climate way more than almost anything else. Like, did you know that if we ate the same amount of humans as we do animals, we would eat the entire human species in 2.5 weeks? We eat 8 billion animals every 2.5 weeks on this planet. No more. We don't need to make those sacrifices. Our bodies are actually designed to be plant-based. We're omnivores by desperation. When climate changed 2.6 million years ago, the forests and the grasslands in Africa were decreasing, and we couldn't have an abundance of fruits, vegetables, tubers, all these things. So we maladapted to eat meat, and our organs shrunk, and all these amazing plant organs that help us eat plants exclusively are now weak or weaker. So we're not actually designed as true carnivores like lions are, and we're not designed to be true omnivores. The true omnivores are pigs. They can eat just as much meat as they eat plants, and they'd be fine, but not us. We have to cook our meat because we're not supposed to be eating meat. Right? Cooking is what made it tolerable for us. But now that we have modern science, we can maintain our brain size and our health because of supplements and a whole bunch of things that we didn't have 2.6 million years ago. So our organs, our weakened organs, are no longer an issue if you eat a responsible vegan diet. Okay? I want to say one more thing about that. Eat like Eden, go vegan if you're religious. Our wealthy Christians and our wealthy Muslims eat the most meat out of anybody in the world. So if you're wealthy and you're Christian, this is the Messiah telling you to eat like Eden, go vegan. There's no animal eating in the Garden of Eden. And kingdom come is heaven on earth. And it's a new earth, so it's maybe even an upgraded heaven. How do you upgrade perfection? Tell me that. But we need to return to this deeper peace where in the past, God gave animals to survive desperate circumstances, but now we don't need to have that anymore. It's a different time. It's the second coming. Okay. In the last divine decrees about mental health, about joining God's government, joining our special trainings, learning to bless again, we teach you how to have these new types of meetings. And we solve the loneliness epidemic that way by making real human connection again. Learning who we are, getting discipline in our minds, our inner kingdoms. Okay, that's my introduction. I say that virtually every single video. I want to say thank you to John Smith on my YouTube channel for donating $500, which is saving grace. Thank you so much, John. It's people like you that are really giving us hope that people are listening while I'm being shadow banned. Like my channels are being shut out everywhere. Because I'm on a hunger strike, by the way, of day 250 today. Today's day 250, but I have been eating for, I think, 2 weeks now, which is long. I need to be getting back on the hunger strike, but we hit some snags here. And we already missed the deadline for AI coding itself. So we need to get thousands and thousands of blessings so that I can keep eating these meals. But on average, I'm going about 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks without food now. So I went 19 days without food on my last, between my last meal. So I took a little bit of extra time to eat on this meal because 19 days is a long time to go without food. Like I want to go I'm supposed to go 6 days without food. And then refeeding syndrome is only like, maybe a couple of days. But it took me a week to eat, and my body distended, and I can't take iron pills. I took these iron pills, and I actually figured out that these were the problem. My body can't digest that much iron. Even after a week, I couldn't do it. So that was something I learned on this hunger. It took me like 11 hunger strikes to figure that out, but I finally tracked it down. But yes, if you want to donate some funds, we can give them to the poor and the exploited and the needy who are doing the blessings. Or if you want to come do blessings for free, then count to my meals. Okay, they're holy meals. And yes, come and learn universal logic, because the heart of the Megacrisis is actually fragmented consciousness. The way you think shapes everything. If your mind is fragmented, your relationships are fragmented, your lovers are fragmented, your families are fragmented, your acquaintances are fragmented, your jobs are fragmented, your societies are fragmented, your nation states are fragmented, and our international politics is fragmented. And ultimately, our spirit is fragmented. Right? There's no flow, and we have something called the right to flow, which we can teach you. In the chat, if you go to the chat, you're going to see I have pinned some goodies for you. There's the GoFundMe that if you want to donate, like John did. Thank you again, John. I'm going to stop this stream. Then you can donate anonymously if you want to buy a little more time for you to understand what's happening.